I got new dice
So,
too. I got
how do I do that?
dice. What you could
I'm not using
probably
web
do is
speaker.
use your microphone as a playback device, maybe? And then tell Skype to record your microphone? Possibly. Ooh, these game science dice are awesome. They're all like sharp and pointy.
So, Amanda, can you hear any like weird background music?
Well, I don't hear anything.
For the moment, I don't hear Amanda. Amanda, are you still there?
Oh wait, are you in Skype? I'm not. Oh, are you in a Skype call with her?
Me.
I'm confused.
Me too.
These dice are so cool. They're supposedly super random, but they lied. I love this dice box. It's so nice. It's felt with like leather padding on the sides.
Hello.
Hello?
Okay. Since Amanda's computer froze, you're my next guinea pig.
Okay. So, Lucas, I'm being Ben's guinea pig on Skype right now.
Gotcha.
I hear ringing ding dong doorbell.
I hear it too.
Yeah, that's my alarm just in case I'm taking a nap before the game starts. Okay, do you hear any sort of background music at all?
Besides dice
I
rolling.
do not know.
too bad. Neither are you. Oh, lucky dice box. I also got a new dice bag during the week on my birthday. Oh, the light. Oh, the light.
That's a good dice bag right there.
Got me some Crown Royal vanilla.
Buddy.
Got a Crown and Coke. So I've got a vanilla cherry Crown and Coke. So good.
Sounds awesome.
I figured it's a night that I need to have a drink. So,
Yeah, I think
if
we
this
all
goes
need a
terribly
drink
wrong
tonight.
in the first 30 minutes, what are we supposed to do?
Well, we already know you have a backup character.
Oh, hey, actually we all had the B team, so technically.
BT.
Oh, God.
It's a B
But
team.
speaking of preparing and preparation and all that kind of goodness,
Uh-oh.
first of all, before I forget, what did you guys think of the rolling stealth checks ahead of time that we did last week?
I liked it more than I thought I would.
Yeah?
It really wasn't that intrusive. You know, you kind of just go through and, you know,
I mean,
if you said...
the only downside is that I knew my stealth checks sucked ahead of time.
Yeah.
What we could do is have just a rotation where Lucas rolls Gravender rolls Mushi rolls
Oh,
Corneos,
God.
Corneos rolls Ragnars.
That would be
They
terrible.
roll the 4
That's
dice.
not
I would feel
confusing at
so
all.
bad.
I would
was
name my
right,
own
guys.
fate, thank you very much.
But no, I didn't hate it. It made things move really quick because I was just like, I stealth, and you're like, you stealth, and I was, it is kind of faster.
Yeah, and in all fairness, though, we didn't use a whole lot of it.
I mean, I did.
You
You
did.
definitely.
Like, I got through all my rolls and then started making stealth rolls. So, for me, I guess, the first 4, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, it made it go fast. And then once I hit 5, I was like, I was even keeping track because I was like, okay, that's number 5, and you're like, roll it, and I was like, oh, yeah, okay.
No,
So we'll give it another shot this week.
yeah, I mean, I need to get my character sheet open.
And what I can even start doing in the future is using last week's rolls that people didn't use. So, for Mushi, since she only used the 1 stealth check, I would still have 3 numbers for Mushi.
Yay.
Oh, that would really
Those are
get you
great
all kind of
numbers.
like, what the hell's going on?
Maybe we can do that when I roll all 20s. So
Yeah.
a 2 and a 3.
That'll happen, right?
Yeah. Not anytime soon, but girl could dream.
I think a fresh set beginning of every session works. That way we kind of know what we're working with.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just too hard to remember what we rolled last week.
That
Let's
could be
face
good
it, if
because maybe
Cognar
we're like,
lives,
we're going
he's
to be
rarely going to
totally
be using a
sneaky.
stealth check.
All right. So, well, then, in that case, can I get 4 stealth checks from everybody?
All right.
Oh,
These are on 18
debating.
characters, right? Just making sure.
For now.
Unless Dangle's coming down those stairs.
I'm just saying, Dangle's got a
You
fucking
never
massive
know.
stealth, right? Shit, I need another
I get the
die.
feeling you'd hear Dangle coming, even if he was being stealthy.
Dangle's a badass, man. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go with blue. I have my faith in blue. Alright, 4 stealths.
Okay, and then we decided that the lowest you can get is your passive, right? So the lowest I can get is 14.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got a natural 20 on 1.
I did too. We're doing good.
Well, hey guys. I think we're fucked.
You've been saying that for a week.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're really fucked.
2 weeks, actually.
Alright, so Cognar got a 3, a 5, And oh wait, I have to add modifiers, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so he's got
Mushi, is that with your modifiers?
Yes.
Stealth? Okay.
Yeah.
all right. So I've got
Yeah, that 4 was a 2.
right. Okay, so I've got a 5, a 7, and 2 11s.
7.
Hey, no natural ones, right?
Be right back.
Yes. Your vendor hasn't rolled.
I rolled 2 2s. Oh gosh. Sorry, I just woke up.
No worries.
I played so on Friday night I played the midnight pre-release for Kaladesh for the new Magic the Gathering set. And then I played another midnight pre-release last night. And I didn't take a nap yesterday. So literally like I played the pre-release, slept for 4 hours, went to work,
Non-stop.
came home, went back to the pre-release, played again. And then I went to bed last night or this morning at about 4:30. So, yeah, I just slept all day.
That's a good day.
You know, I won some cards. I went 2-1, so I got some of the prize pool. It was a really good time. I played black white tokens. It was a lot of fun.
Token black whites.
You know, it was a token black deck.
Of course it is.
Except there was some white in there. It was mostly white. There
Of
was a few
course it is.
black cards.
And the black cards were actually just white and blackface.
No, they're actually called Aetherborn, which is a really interesting kind of a race that they made. So it's a race that only lives for like 4 or 5 years, and they come out of the aether, like these aether forges, like fully formed, and like they live fast and die hard, basically, because like they know when they're gonna die. So they just they essentially are the epitome of living life to the fullest. It's a
That's awesome.
it's an interesting kind of a race. And what they do is like they don't have families, you know, because they're just born from the aether. So like other aetherborn will like stand outside and wait for them to emerge, and then like basically adopt them and teach them how to live really quickly.
Is that we did say that if your passive is greater than the number you rolled, you're taking your passive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Awesome.
4
Yeah,
times.
because otherwise,
Oh, that's good.
because otherwise rolling really screws over the
Yeah. But if you were to actively stealth and
These
still roll a
rolls
1,
happen just for you.
you'd still be really screwed, right?
So I
Yeah.
think what we were doing is for actively stealthing, I can just go straight to the list of like what you actually rolled, because like for like Roneo's first 6, like if he rolled a 2 on that first check, he still would have rolled a 2.
Okay,
And
so that
then-
still makes sense.
Right. So anytime you guys are like, I want to try and be stealthy, I can just go for the rolls. But if you guys kind of just don't say anything about it, we can just go straight with the passives.
That's how it should work anyway.
Don't say anything, Ragnar.
I guess that works the same for like perception and all those other things. Like investigation, which Cognar is fucking terrible at.
Ragnar the Investigator.
By the way, my rogue for Tuesday would be fucking baller. I'm still on the fence about being a half elf or a wood elf. It's like I could get an extra skill.
It's a tough choice.
So it's like the choice is I get an extra skill, but I lose my trance and longbow proficiency. Or I get and I lose extra movement. So with the wood elf, I'll get extra movement, longbow proficiency, and the trance, but I won't have that extra skill. So it's like, oh, and I would have freaking only 1 stat below 12 if I went half elf. So I don't. I think I'm gonna go Wood Elf because I got a kind of a decent, halfway decent story to go with it. All right.
Well, while we attempt to start off this session, can everybody go ahead and roll me a d20?
Oh man,
Nope. Can't hear you, Ben.
this one's
Might have
No.
to. We might have to refresh, or you might have to.
Oh wait. Is high good or high bad?
I don't know. Every time I'm bad at it.
What did you roll?
I don't want to say.
I mean, I like to think that high is good because you get to tell the story
All
of
right.
what happened. And if
I
you
get
roll
a
a
story.
20, you get to pick who tells the story of what happened.
Would you get Amanda?
A 3.
Damn it.
That's the first that I didn't roll a 19.
I wasted a very good roll on this. So
What'd you get?
18.
Ah! Ah!
This could be the 18 that saves Cognar's life, and I just wasted it on recap. Oh god, I just rolled a 19. Son of a bitch.
Stop rolling dice, man!
I dropped it and I rolled a 19. I'm sorry.
The next number up is the one you're gonna.
Oh god. I broke the DM.
Oh god.
Oh, that's funny. Alright, I gotta get this hair off my ears. Been growing my hair out. Oh, it's causing troubles.
I've been growing mine out for a while too.
Do we need to refresh too?
I think I'm going to.
Or is Roll20 just borked?
Oh.
Wait.
I just refreshed to see if it would bring Ben or Nick back.
Alright.
Ah.
Well, I don't see Ben in the game, and Nick is still here, so he couldn't have refreshed, or he did.
No.
Might have-
No.
You might have refreshed and it's saying your camera's working, but it isn't.
Go to, if you can hear us, go to your settings, and then what you want to display to others, turn it off, and then turn it back on to mic only. I have that trouble when I'm using my streaming software.
Then you might want to refresh Roll20 after that too.
Yeah, because if I reset Roll20, it makes the active program using my camera and mic my streaming software, and so then Roll20 will no longer pick up my camera and mic.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. No, I had switched mics. I switched to my headset. I was on my mobile.
Oh, that's what did it. Did you have to go up to the little thing at the top and change your microphone?
No, actually, what you told me to do is what did it.
Success. That should. Oh wait, I've already got inspiration. I was gonna say that should be worth inspiration. And I think Ben's getting cobbler.
I don't know, because he went offline on Skype too.
Or
Maybe
his power
computer
went out.
crashed.
Text
He's
him.
in the middle of a terrible, horrible storm. He's trying to play D&D, damn it!
I got this awesome Star Wars mug for my birthday as well. Let's see if you can see it. It's the many faces of Darth Vader with emotions.
My friend that I sit next to at work has that, and then he also has the Stormtrooper version of that.
Yeah, I want to get the T-shirt.
That's great.
Yeah, my mom was like, "All right, you have $100. What do you want to get?" And I was like, "All right, I got freaking Hobby Lobby by my house, and they're having a 50% sale on all their decorations. So I got 3 wooden movie poster plaques, and then I got 2 metal diagrams of. Let's see if these show up. These are pretty cool. So it's a metal diagram of what's on like an X-wing. So it tells you like all the little bips and bobs and how heavy it is and how long it is, and because I'm geeky and I get into that shit. So
Hobby Lobby is so awesome.
it is
I could
awesome.
be there
But they're
all
closed
day
on
long.
Sundays, jerks.
Well, at least they stick to their Christian values, assholes.
All right.
That's like
So,
Chick-fil-A. Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, it's like, no, it's
Every
Sunday.
time it's a Sunday.
Yeah,
Yep.
every time. You crave
The
it. You
worst
crave it
is
on a
when I'm-
Sunday.
The worst is when I'm super stoned and I'm like driving around. I'm like, what do I want to eat?
Chicken
and
sandwich.
I like go pull into Chick-fil-A. I'm like, hello,
Hello.
I want food.
Why won't you help me?
I want to pay you money.
And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's Sunday, but I'm so high right now. I just want waffle fries.
Oh my god, their waffle fries are so good. All right, so last week
So last week,
on Dragon
On
Ball Z.
you
Noise.
this time.
All right,
when we last left our heroes.
so we started off with Cognar in the basement. Party didn't know where he was, so they went downstairs because they're like, oh shit, Cognar's getting into shit again. Gorneo bamfed around
A lot.
and then jumped in front of the party and got hit with some arrows, dodged some arrows, ran into a bald-headed guy with plate mail and was like, oh shit, run away. He avoided a sinking pit of doom and he died from lack of oxygen. And then
I'm good.
And then half the group got knocked down by the gargoyles that I warned Gerbender about, but it was in Dwarvish and he didn't understand me. And excuse me. And Cognar was almost dead, crawled to the group. Gerbender healed us all magnificently, and then I told everyone to move quietly and or move really fast. And Gorneo moved really fast, and the Roper got us, and then we had a huge battle, and then Miyushi blew up some people. And so now we're fighting gargoyles and people on a bridge.
No, I think we got the
Ben,
people on the bridge.
Hold on, man. Ben, I can hear you. You're very, very faint.
Okay.
Huh?
Pasha, can you hear me? But in any case, we last left off with Cognar almost dead. Gorneo, I think you went up and tried to push somebody, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
You just
But
like, put a boot on him.
I had
Oh,
cast-
much better.
I cast darkness on the bridge.
Oh, that's
so
right. You cast darkness.
I
on
at
me.
least have you guys covered from up top.
And I've got gargoyles on me.
So you guys can hear me now?
Yes.
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 Hey.
All right. So we left
So,
off.
I think I owe somebody some rolls or something.
Yes. Ben, can you give me 4 stealth checks? Disadvantage because of your heavy armor.
Awesome. You're such a kind man. Do I just like pick the best of the 4 and be like, that's my stealth roll?
Nope. 4 straight. So I guess 2 at a time for disadvantage. And the lower of the
That
two.
dog is not happy with your decision.
Gerbender's like, I'm just never gonna stealth.
He knows better now.
That's a 20.
A 20 and an 11
Aw, plus your stealth, right?
And what's that?
plus 0.
Okay,
So
that's easy math.
All right.
15. Oh god, good rolls.
And a
That's
3.
it.
Oh shit.
It couldn't all
Disadvantage is
be
a
good.
Bitch. 11 and 15.
An 18 and 11.
11. So far,
One more.
way better than Cognar's.
That's a 3 or a 3.
3 or a 3.
Pick the
We'll
higher
find out later which one I chose.
A 3.
So we last left off in the party, most of the party, the base of this crevasse. Corneo, the only one up on the bridge after scouring the 75 feet of this rope. The bottom 25 feet of the rope left behind by these Duragar seemed to be charred from a fireball that Mushi herself cast. Corneo made his way up to this landing, has blasted a spell of darkness across the way, and the Duragar he was attempting to push off disappeared into that darkness. Corneo, at the top of the round, we are right back to you, sir. What would you like to do? Real quick, your camera's going to move a little bit to help Ben find people. So that's broken. Okay.
Beautiful chicken pizza.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do no good separated from everyone. So what I'm gonna do? Where's the rope at? It's like right here.
It's in the darkness spell is where it came up on the lightning. Roughly about the middle of your darkness spell.
So, in theory, I'd be able to run over here. How far is that? 30?
Using the bridge, let's see, that would be so 30 gets you there, 35 to there.
35. And then can I can jump to the rope from there, right?
You certainly hope so. You don't have line of sight on this rope, however, so it might be difficult.
Oh wait,
About 15 feet
sorry.
down below.
Sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
think we realized that that's totally pointless and that it's better for me to just jump down, like shadow jump down and then monk roll to the ground. That's actually
Alright.
going to be more efficient movement-wise.
Alright.
I'm going to actually... Okay, so I was there.
Yes.
I'm actually only going to move to there, about 10 feet.
Alright.
And then I'm just going to jump over the bridge. I'm just going to jump off the bridge. You know.
O'Neill leaps off the bridge,
So shadow jump down to the wall.
standing 60 feet downwards,
Monk jump to the ground.
and slow falling the remaining 40 feet.
And then where does that put me in relation to Gerbender and Mushi? They would be the closest to me, right?
They would be, but currently I don't believe you would even have line of sight on them.
I can't even see
Okay,
him.
so I will start moving towards the... Let's see, because I'm
little
falling...
opening.
Alright, so my token's all the way up here. I'm in the wrong place. Where's my token supposed to be?
So you're on the right side, like you just left off the bridge. So basically this room that you're in now, just pretend like this white bridge isn't there. And that's the base. That's the floor of this cavern.
Alright, so I'll start moving across the floor then.
Minus 10 feet because of the 10 feet you moved up above.
Right, so 30.
I can see them now.
Okay.
Gorneo, you're also now leaping over a number of charred corpses of these dwarf-like warriors.
I think I had already seen them. So,
I think so. I wasn't sure if you'd lost connection at that point.
So I hit bonus action. I don't really have an action, so I guess I'll double move to get over to Mushi.
All right. So you make your way towards this narrow canyon opening, and you can see Mushi right there. Anything else you would like to do?
That's gonna do her.
All right, Cognar.
Yeah.
You are continuing to be swarmed by these pair of gargoyles.
Mm-hmm.
On flying around and continuing to claw and bite at you.
Yes.
You attempted to draw your battle axe, your great axe, but unfortunately, because of the rules, as we found out this past week, you can't do it with only the one hand. So
Yep.
we are saying that you grabbed your lightning javelin instead and have been stabbing at them with your one hand.
Yes. That's what we're saying.
So,
Yes.
with the javelin of lightning in one hand and no other hand, what would you like to do, sir?
Okay. So I'm going to shield bash the red dot, the guy to the north,
All right.
and then I will attempt to stab him with the javelin.
All right. Attempting to bash him to the ground or back 5 feet?
Prone.
Prone. All right.
And I'm pretty sure that's not going to succeed. A 10 total.
Natural 20 on his
Oh,
roll.
fucking course.
So you slam into him with your shield, and this stone structure is continuing to flap its wings, just seems to completely ignore your attempt to phase its flight.
All right. So, my strength is actually 16 at the moment because I am no longer wielding the thing. It's +3 +2 for rage, so +5. All right, so I'm gonna stab him with the spear.
All right.
Ah, shit. 14.
14 just misses.
Oh. All right. I don't know if I want to trust this new die I got. Son of a bitch. Oh, that's off. Ah, son of a bitch. Ah.
You have a place for rolling now.
I do have a place for rolling, but it's bouncy. All right, so that's +6, 19.
19 hits.
D6 +5.
Roll damage.
9 damage.
9 damage. As the spear plunges forth into its stony exterior, you pull back and it's almost coated in this black ichor that seems to ooze from the wound left behind. Anything else you would like to do, sir?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Mushi.
Okay. I am going to use my movement to come up here,
All right.
and I will target this guy
All right.
and use firebolt. Damn. Wait. 1 second.
Do you have a thing for that?
I know, I'm trying to, I don't know if I can use this on me or not. Or you actually gave me Tides of Chaos back, didn't you?
You did.
Yes, so I will use Tides of Chaos to gain advantage on that
All
attack
right.
roll. You want me to
Go
roll it
ahead
again?
and roll it again.
Fingers crossed, guys.
More than 13. Hey!
Ah!
Oh, look at that damage.
Mushi, you blast forth this ray of flame
Should have been on the other guy.
across this cavern as Cognar's own javelin tip pierces out the back of this gargoyle. As he pulls the javelin back through, your own bolt of flame pierces that wound, dealing 17 points of fire damage to the creature. It
Awesome.
screams in an agony as it writhes about its body, just clawing at the searing fire deep in its chest before it drops to the ground right before Cognar. Anything else you would like to do?
Nope, that's good for now.
All right. And say that for Tides of Chaos. All right. Grubender.
All right, Gravender is going to make his way as far as he can. Hey, he can get there. Excellent. And he is going to reach out and put a hand on Cognar's shoulder and use Cure Wounds on him.
Right.
So 1d8 plus 3 plus 3. So 1d8 plus 6.
Nice.
That's going to be 12 points of healing.
I'll take it.
Nice.
I'm at a third of
Cognar,
my
you feel
life.
this renewed surge of energy as a number of your wounds slowly begin to seal themselves shut. A couple of the other wounds, the blood itself seems to stop pouring out of it so fluidly. Anything else you would like to do, Grubender?
I can't use a bonus action to really do anything at this point, so nothing's
All
gonna do
right.
it for me.
All right. Cognar, the remaining gargoyle betwixt the two of you, looks to you and it looks to its fallen comrade, looks to the javelin in your hand and lunges forward with its claws, its jaws opening wide to attempt to attack at you.
Okay.
Oh.
The higher of the two rolls is a 6 to hit.
No,
Um.
no, that does not hit.
As
That's
it
awesome.
scratches about you, throw your shield to the side, batting its blows away. And with that, we are back to Corneo.
Oh, Grenade. Oh,
I I'm muted. Okay. Move in and follow Mushi, so it's 25 feet.
While you're clicking and dragging your token, if you click spacebar, it'll give you a counter how far.
Really?
It also
And then if
shows
you wanna-
the DM where your path is.
And then if you want to make like more complicated movements, you just hit the spacebar like on that spot, and then it'll start basically anew and continue the distance. So like if you want to go around more. So like if Mushi wanted to run
It'll give you pivot points.
that,
How do I do that?
Hit
So,
spacebar.
while you're
every time
clicking
you
and
wanna put a
dragging,
dot
just-
there.
hit spacebar and at any
Wait,
point.
when do I hit spacebar? So I hit spacebar, click my token,
No,
No,
Click
hold
and drag.
click your token, then
and
click
then
space.
spacebar.
and just hit it once.
well, hit it for
Hit it
every
once
square.
and then hit it once before you release your click.
Wait,
You should
so,
see like
so I move
every
5
time you
feet,
hit
hit spacebar, click again,
So-
5 feet, hit spacebar.
So while you're clicking and dragging, so yeah, click on the mouse, and then while dragging the token, hit spacebar while still
Every
doing the
so
click and drag.
often.
Oh,
You move it around. You see that yellow line? Anywhere that you want the line to kind of turn or rotate or make a new point to pivot off of,
So
you just hit spacebar.
yeah, so say like you're trying to do a complicated maneuver around an enemy, so you don't get in their threat range. You can do that,
I had
and
not
it'll
figured
show
that
it'll
before.
show Ryan your path, so that you're walking through a mountain.
Exactly like that.
So is there a path that I can take that would put me within
That-
striking distance of this thing?
If you can be
Go
If you can
half a
be-
square over.
right there,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah,
you
I
could
had
also get to Miyushi and bamf to that thing and get advantage.
Oh, that's right.
Either or.
Okay. Oh, you're not up in the air, right?
No, we're down on the ground, so I think
Oh,
you would
okay.
have to bamf
Sorry.
to get to us anyway.
I moved
The
30.
creature itself is kind of flapping its wings several feet off of the ground, not outside of reach.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'll bamf, and then I'll move to. Well, actually,
You
no.
could
I'm out of
probably hit them
Yeah.
right there, right? You'd get advantage on at least on the first one.
Okay, because this is like the wall, right?
Yeah, that's like
a Right.
cliff.
Yeah. Then
You
that's
guys have basically got this thing cornered, except
Yeah.
you can fly.
so I'll bamf
Except
to
you
right
can
there
fly.
to get advantage on the first strike, and then
All right. Swing those fists.
Oh, why does booze taste so good? Jeez.
boom, boom. Oh,
17 bludgeoning damage. As your fists do way more damage to this creature than Cognar's own javelin appeared to be doing.
Damn.
magic, bitch.
My javelin's
Almost
magic
appear to
too.
be bruises on the surface of this solid stone figure before you. Anything else you would like to do?
That's it.
Right, Cognar.
All right, I'm going to do what I do, and I'm going to prone him, and then try to stab him. Son of a fuck you, dice. All right, 10. No, sorry, 9.
9 misses.
Yeah. Misses for the
Plunge
proning.
forward. Yes.
All right.
He rolled a 9 himself with his modifier.
This is Cognar's death. All right, 19. No, that hits. All right.
It's
I'm gonna choose the metal one because I think the metal one's gonna do more damage. It did. Plus 5. That's 11 damage for
nice.
for the first stab.
That one goes through.
Second stabby stab. 16.
16 hits.
Okay. And 9 damage.
9 damage. Awesome. Anything else you would like to do, sir?
No, because I can't move up any, right? I can't move to my south, I should say.
If you want to the south, that would require climbing the wall.
Right. Okay. So it's not like a sloping incline. It's sheer
Right.
cliff.
It's like if you can see the line where all these cliff lines stop.
Mhm.
That's the base of this room.
Right. I wasn't sure if I could get a step on there, but that's fine. That's it for me.
All right, Mushi.
You're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. Okay, I am going to move to here, get a better look at this lovely gargoyle creature, and I'm gonna hit it with Ray of Frost, because all my other spells are pretty much useless.
16 hits.
Seeing the flame being so effective on his comrade, you choose to investigate to see how well Frost does.
Oh, wow. Hey, so I clicked the wrong one, but that worked out pretty great.
You know
As
you're
this
like a
surge
cold
of
wizard,
cold,
right?
frozen energy leaves your palm and that sears its way through the air, leaving a bit of a misty vapor behind as it slams into the chest of this creature, dealing 5 points of cold damage.
Only I had advantage.
This spell didn't appear to have any visible wound as it kind of slams into one of the bruises. And it seems to be a little bit less effective, at least in this casting. Anything else you would like to do?
Stick with fire after this. No, there's nothing else I can do.
Right.
Well, I'm sure there's other stuff I can do if I wanted to. But I'm good.
Gravender is going to just take that spear and try to stab this thing with it.
All right.
So, this is a D20 plus 9. That would be a 12.
Oh, misses.
Damn it.
You grip hold of this spear and plunge upwards into the air. This creature just kind of grips right below the blade and uses it to kind of force himself upwards, avoiding the attack before releasing it. You flap his wings.
And I curse him in Draconic.
Right. Anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna like stand and stomp on his falling buddy.
All right.
Carpenter, oh my goodness. That's so unlike you.
This definitely seems to have grabbed its attention as it slowly turns from Cognar back towards Gravender,
I know.
and he lunges with his own
I'm
claws.
not threatening. I've got one hand.
Gravender,
One
the
hand
first
on the
roll
ground.
is a 6 as he attempts to clamp down with his jaws and catches nothing but your solid armor. The second is a 21 to hit as his claws rake upwards.
That'll hit.
That hits. Awesome.
No,
For a
not
total of
awesome.
3 slashing
Awesome
damage.
for you, maybe.
We need to get you
3
some
slashing damage.
We need to get you
How
some
I
dare
know.
he?
And Gorneo. That feels up.
Yeah. So let's continue the assault. 1, 2. Does a 17 hit?
17 hits.
3 hits. Low damage.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Barneo.
all right though. Points help.
Gorneo, how do you want to do this?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Fucking
awesome.
Greneo to the rescue. Again.
It's just kind of like a Jet Li movie where he just starts going to, you know, that last flurry of blows that finishes the enemy, and then he does the whoop-ah! And it just falls down.
Oh, please don't yell.
Awesome.
Greneo's silent, right?
Well, they already know we're down here, dude.
I know.
Gorneo, on the last impact, you feel something crunch beneath the surface of the stone, almost like a spine snapping somewhere within this creature. As it falls limp to the ground, its heavy wings just slamming into the earth betwixt the three of you.
That looks like health food.
Okay,
Ah.
and then I have movement.
Scrambled eggs.
Mashed potatoes?
Would I be able to get up to the path?
It's macaroni and cheese and broccoli.
Knowing where it
I
is,
wasn't sure if it was like extra
I'm sorry, it
food.
looked like something else.
would be able to vamp about 60 feet up and then drop to 10 feet down. Because from down here, even with your dark vision, you don't have sight on that ledge. But you know it's there. So you could, yes.
Okay, so I'll move up there.
All right.
Wait, you just jumped on the ledge?
I can even run up there.
Cognar, you watch as Borneo
I actually
punches a series of blows into the gargoyle and then disappears into the shadows.
I don't think I can bamf because I used my bonus to use my third attack, so I literally have to run up, but I have enough movement to do that if it's halved.
But it's climbing, and go ahead and give me 2 athletics checks.
Okay.
It's 50 feet to that ledge, right?
Yeah, it's 50 feet to that ledge.
So you'd only be able to move 20.
All right, but this is the lower side of it?
That whole ledge is about 50 feet up.
Yeah, there is no lower side.
That ledge wraps around the top.
Okay, then I'm just going to have to wait, because, yeah, I used my bonus from... Did I need the third attack to kill it?
You did, yes.
Okay, yeah, no, so then...
so you start climbing.
I'll start climbing.
All right. Cognar.
Take a deep breath. How do we want to get back out of here? Through the tunnel on the bridge?
There was a rope over there. I interrupt, sorry.
No, fine. I'm asking a question because I know there's no threat right now. If we go up there, we're heading into the hornet's nest.
Well, the rope will take us to the bridge, which will take us to the stairs, and we can leave this place. And maybe come back when we're ready.
And lock the gate behind us.
Exactly. But there was no lock on the gate anymore.
I'm sure we can make some.
I can melt the bars together. If I have to.
You can certainly try.
I can try. Sounds good, right?
Corneo, I have a longer rope. Do you want to maybe go up to the platform, the bridge, and you can drop the rope down to us?
I could do that, but there's lots of guys up there too, with arrows, in murder holes, that I can't see.
I will say I've been where you're going. It's going to be very difficult.
I've been up there too. I'm just going to keep a look.
Right. I think we should get out of here.
I could catch up. Don't worry about me.
We need you to get up on the bridge.
So Cognar, what would you like to do?
That was my whole turn is talking.
All right.
There's nothing else I can do right now. I dropped my rage already.
All right, Mushi.
I will walk closer, stand in between these two. I mean, there's not an immediate threat that I can see, right?
Not that you can see, no.
Okay, I will hold my action. I'm gonna cast Firebolt if I do see an enemy on it.
All right.
And then other than that, I'll say I can get one of us out really quickly if we need to, but only one. So
I can secure the bridge.
if one of us can get on the bridge and make a run for it, I can get the other one of us out safely.
So who's going to climb the rope?
If I can reach the rope, I can climb it. Well, kind of.
I'm probably
I
best
forgot I got one hand.
Cognar looks down at his stump, and he's realizing that climb will be pretty difficult to attempt.
What if I rage climb?
Right,
Because
so we
I
have
pissed at myself for losing
You
a
can
hand.
certainly try.
So we have to figure out a way to get Gerbender 25 feet up in the air.
Oh,
What if we make a pyramid?
Don't think that'll work, Cognar.
Didn't say I
So,
was the
Mushi,
best.
is there anything else you would like to do?
no, I'm just holding that action.
All right, Gerbender.
Cognar still looks pretty rough, doesn't he?
I'm
does
at
look
30 of
fairly
my hit
rough.
points.
And I'm going to cure wounds again. Another 12 points.
Nice. Take it. That's fighting shape. That's plenty of rounds with rage. So
And you thought you were gonna die.
I honestly did.
And it takes an action to climb, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then I'm pretty well done.
All right. Tornado.
All right, I will finish my climb.
All right, give me one more athletics check.
Could he bamf from that point?
I could,
He could.
If you wanted to.
if I wanted.
He chooses instead to just continue this training of climbing the wall in the shadows. And he makes it up to the ledge.
Okay. Do I see anything?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Of course. Ooh,
Hey.
19.
So, Gorneo, you take a moment to kind of put the voices of your party out of your head, and you immediately begin focusing on the tunnel to your right and your left. Taking a moment to kind of closing your eyes, really focusing on what's beyond your immediate line of sight and listening intently. You can hear what sounds like distant shuffling of feet coming from that tunnel, and nothing coming from the tunnel or from the opening on your left. Like if you were to guess, the shuffling sounds about 100 feet off.
Is it shuffling of
That
feet
sounds
or
right.
like shuffling of papers?
It's shuffling of feet.
Okay.
Like people are running.
Running. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna yeah, I'll bamf into this hallway because I haven't actually taken a look in this hallway.
All right. Nobody has. As you bamf into this room,
Because I know what's down that other hallway.
you presume to know.
I know who's down that other hallway.
You heard a voice
And a name.
and a name, but a name that might not mean much to you.
It's okay.
But as you bamf across,
Anybody who is named is dangerous. Gorneo knows this.
I'm
And
Steve.
just for my sake, because, you know, I was probably drunk last week, Gorneo didn't say anything to us about what he saw or heard up there.
Didn't have enough time.
Correct.
No,
Right.
absolutely
Okay.
not.
I'm just making sure because I
You
was,
had gone for about an hour from the party
and didn't tell us
before
anything.
the Durgar made their way.
When
Good
I
to
got
know.
when I got back is when the Durgar came down and you guys and Mushi started blowing them up.
You came down mid-combat.
Okay,
I didn't
just
wait.
making sure.
I just
So it
asked.
wasn't my fault.
It wasn't my fault.
So, Gorneo, as you back across the way into this other room, you notice that this cavern has formations of flowstones, stalagmites, and stalactites all over the place.
Whoa.
A stone building looks to be anchored in its northernmost wall, and a stone door stands in a masonry wall to the south. You step through this natural gap in this cavern-like wall in the east of the room, and you can see what look to be numerous lifelike statues arranged among the rock formations.
Oh
Each
god.
of these statues depict creatures in varying poses, suggesting shock, fear, or agony.
Oh god, I know what did this.
Oh, I know. Oh, God. Amanda knows. I bet Amanda knows, but I don't know if you should.
Let's see. Would that be a
You
knowledge
shouldn't
nature check?
Absolutely. Sure.
I hate those.
Hey, natural 20.
Oh!
It'll
Gorneo-
let's do this.
Gorneo, you know
all
there
about
are a
statues.
variety of creatures that are capable of
Three
petrifying.
of them.
Oh
In
god.
addition to poisons that
Oh,
can
I can't
produce
hear.
this kind of effect, there are basilisks, there are medusas, and there are cockatrices at the very forefront of your mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Each
guess
of these things is not very pleasant to be dealing with.
of those things, the Gorgon and the Basilisk are gonna live underground. Cockatrice is a bird, right?
It is a bird, but not typically a surface dweller. Like they're more commonly found in caves and such.
Fucking
So
Or
there's
dungeon.
potential
petrifies
of all
underground.
three of those in
There's
here.
a potential for any one of those.
Oh,
Or all three of them.
or all. Well,
Or even a powerful
I know.
spellcaster
I'll look at the
who
floor.
might have
Are
cast
there
petrification.
like kind of scrape marks on the floor, like that would indicate one or the other? Because they all have different kinds of feet.
So, would you like to go further into this room to investigate?
I don't have any more movement, I believe, because I used my movement for getting up the rest of this climb, and then I bammed
Alright.
over here. So I
You
think
can
I'm gonna
find out
stay.
on your next turn.
I will stay.
Now, you
Ah.
don't have an earring, right?
I don't.
Okay. I really want to throw a crowbar at you.
Do you have a crowbar?
I do have a crowbar with 100 foot of rope attached to it because I tried throwing it up earlier before the gargoyles got me. I look to Gerbender and Mushin and say, what should we do? Or should I be preparing for combat, or what do you guys think?
Get out of this cave.
You
have no business being here.
It seems like Orneo is heading into the cave instead of out of it.
That's his problem. He knows we're trying to get out.
How do we get out?
We get back to that
Suppose
bridge
there's
and
a
go up
rope
the
up there.
stairs.
So you want to go up and then through their encampments to the bridge? Or go to the rope somehow and go that way?
If we get to the rope, it'll take us to the bridge that takes us to the stairs. We're not passing through any encampments that way. The bridge is exactly through the stairs.
It sounds fine to me. I don't know how we're going to get up to the rope, but I'm sure we'll make something work. And I start heading towards the rope.
Gerbender can give you a boost.
He does have 19 strength. He could probably throw this dwarf. But
He probably could throw you up there.
I'm going to...
Cognar begins
toss it
making
towards-
his way back towards the
I'm going to
first.
say that I am quietly moving.
Do I? I notice them moving, right?
Dorneo,
You're
you
looking
are
at the
currently
room.
kind of, you more or less kind of just
Oh,
vamped into this other room, because this is all happening simultaneously.
Oh, I was gonna say, how
Milliseconds.
far away from them am I actually right now?
You yourself are 55 feet up this wall.
Okay, so I'd barely be able to see Mushi. Okay.
So you no longer have line of sight to Cognar.
So,
Okay.
But
if I'm moving stealthily, does that half my movement? Or...
so if you want, you can use your action as well as your, or actually you can just use your action to effectively stealth and then use your movement.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I want to be quiet, so I'll do that. So I got 35 feet, and I stealthed, quote unquote,
All right.
with my.
Cognar begins-
6.
Take 5.
Oh, it was. Oh, I give
Cognar
myself
begins
too much
making
credit.
his way back towards the the room up the first crevasse
Yeah.
at the
quiet.
base of the bridge.
Keeping an eye on the bridge if I can see people up there.
Cognar, how far is your dark vision?
It is 60 feet.
You don't see a bridge.
I'm just I know that there was torches up there, so I'm just keeping an eye out for torches.
And it seems that those torches have since been put out
Okay.
or removed altogether.
All right, fantastic. So I've got the cover of darkness, so I'm moving quietly.
Mushi, you listen as Cognar audibly kind of departs from the party and begins heading back towards the first room. No obvious enemies have made their presence known at this point in time, and so your spell eventually fizzles out.
Okay, and I will also make my way behind Cognar.
All right,
And once again, I'm going to ready an action, which will be my firebolt.
all right.
In case I see anything, which probably won't, because it's so dark. But if something attacks me, I'm ready for reaction also. So.
All right,
Roll it.
Gerbender.
Oh. Bender is first, he's going to look down at this thing that he's standing over / on. Has it like turned to stone, or is it still somewhat fleshy? I mean,
It looks to have been more or less kind of living stone.
right.
So it hasn't really changed, but it seems much less animate now.
All right.
It's still solid stone.
Then I'm going to take that spear. Okay, no, this spear, is it more like a halberd, or is it really just a spear?
It's like a spear.
5-foot
Okay.
spear.
So it's definitely not like a cutting blade at the end, or a stabbing weapon.
I can give you a
Should be a stabbing
picture
weapon, right?
right now.
I mean, we're not talking like a javelin like I'm doing, poking
Yes.
stick.
That's the spear.
Well, I want to see.
And that was the prophet
Oh, Cognar really
Yeah.
likes that spear.
that wielded it.
Yeah, I've always
is.
liked that spear.
It's probably the most ornately crafted weapon that Cognar has come across in his life. But
That's why I wanted it.
Well, then, real quick, I'm going to attempt with that nice wide triangular blade at the end to slice this thing's head off.
All right.
Yeah, that's a badass spear. That could definitely be a quarterstaff if I needed it to be.
Go ahead. Go ahead and roll me a strength, nature, or survival check.
Probably strength, right?
Yeah, strength has a slightly higher bonus.
Go strength.
That's going to be a 16.
16. You plunge the spear into the creature, and after a couple of shifts of your own arm, just bore through this creature's neck and eventually sever the head from its torso. In addition, as you cut through and sever this head, almost dust seems to kind of puff out of it very faintly. This dust itself looks like it could be valuable if used in alchemical reagents or sold to one such person.
So I noticed that this thing might be valuable.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have holding to put a fucking gargoyle in?
In that case, I believe. No, I got rid of that cask of oil.
Do you have a pouch or something you can put it in?
Yeah, I have a backpack, but
Well, no, I mean, like, technically speaking, with your backstory, you got a small belt pouch that you keep coin in.
I also have one
Coins are
pouch.
in there.
I have one pouch of black pepper.
What the hell do you need black pepper for?
He was gonna make like bagels or something with it.
No,
a
I
long
make
time
fizz
ago.
bangs with the black
Fizz
pepper.
bang. Yeah.
So I'm going to
Oh,
dump out the
God.
black pepper and try to gather as much of this potentially valuable dust as I can.
All right.
And I'm going to whisper to Mushi and say, "Don't leave just yet. I think there may be valuable things here."
So you eventually fill this pouch that after dumping out this black pepper, and you acquire gargoyle dust.
Quantity?
So I now have one pouch of gargoyle
You
dust.
have one gargoyle dust.
There are two gargoyles here.
There are two gargoyles here.
Wonder what
Okay.
a roper's worth.
Well, I guess that's my
Wait,
one.
What are we doing? I thought we were leaving.
Well, I was about to until I obviously noticed something valuable. Hey, some of us know just how poor I am.
Is there anything else you would like to do on this turn?
I mean, assuming that was my action and movement to do all that stuff, then no.
Not your movement, no. Effectively, your action, and we'll say bonus action to scoop the dust up. That might have even been a free action. So you still have movement if you would like to follow Mushi or Gognar,
All right, well,
or stay put where you're at.
I don't have any more packets or anything to hold stuff in, so.
All right. All right. So,
Gorneo. Or enemies.
Gorneo, as you are peering into this room, something seems to leap from the shadows by the nearest statue to you. And you only get a flash of this creature in your sight as it lunges towards you, claws first.
Oh shit!
Out, extended, and I'm guessing a 24 will hit.
Yeah.
Shit.
It's not
Get
something
that out of there.
it's not something I could use evasion with.
I thought you were Jet Li. He dodges everything, damn it.
As this creature lunges forward, claws first, with one flap of its wings,
Oh, God.
it snarls at you as its claws rake into your body, not physically affecting your form, but as its claws pierce into your husk of a body, you feel something deep inside you being torn asunder as it deals
Some kind of spiritual demon bird?
18 points of psychic damage to you.
Oh my god.
As this creature, this demon has leapt forth from these shadows, takes one flap of its wings, giving you an attack of opportunity as it flies upwards towards the ceiling before disappearing into the shadows.
Hit it.
This is terrible.
Can you stunning fist on a reaction?
I don't have any key left.
Oh. Well,
8.
never mind. Be like, drop that bird to the ground.
Did you say wait?
I hit 18.
Okay. 18 seems to hit as your fist comes into contact with this creature as it flies upwards out of sight. And you deal...
7 points of damage.
Magic.
Your fist punches it, but it moves a little too rapidly for you to see how this punch might have affected it.
I wasn't ready for that.
Corneo, with that, you are up.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
At the least, I'm not stone. So I turn around and bamf back to the ground.
Right.
And I bamf. So I don't turn around. I stay facing forward, but I bamf backwards. I have to look. Yeah, so I'll have
You
to
can
turn
jump backwards and look
I'll-
down.
I'll-
Flavor text, you don't have to look for this one jump.
for this one jump. Cool.
You know
and
where
then-
you're going.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I
don't
want to
look
try
at
to. I want to try to
explosions.
trick this thing into where I'm going, and then I will run over behind my friends, and I will. Gordale will run up to Gerbender, and it will say, "There's a shadow demon up there. We have to get out of here now."
That's what we're trying to do.
Well, we can't go that way.
God, Cognar's the sensible one. What the fuck is wrong with this party?
Cognar,
Yes.
with that, you are up.
All right.
Hey, we're in this situation because of you. You don't get to talk.
You know what? I found the open gate, so...
That's no excuse.
All right, so that's 35 feet. I don't suppose I could stack bodies to, get a little height on this rope.
Not 25.
Not 25 feet worth of bodies. All right.
I mean, if you want to spend the next couple of hours building a Spartan-style wall of these corpses,
Oh, let
you can
me see
certainly
if
try.
there's anything I can do. I'm pretty sure there's not. Not unless I can prone the ground to jump me 10 feet. You know what? That probably won't work. I guess I can't do that. All right. I'm gonna ready an action to grab the rope in case somehow I make it up.
okay.
Miyushi said she could get me out of here, so I'm ready in action to grab the rope.
Okay. Mushi,
Oh. Well, I mean, I
once
can
again,
try.
no creature has left your line of sight, and so your spell once again fizzles from your hand.
Okay,
Cognar squatting with his arms back in the ready position.
I will walk down this corridor, and that's as far as I can go. When I see Cognar squatting, I'm going to say the rope's over there, and I'm going to realize it's pitch dark and I can't actually see the rope anymore,
I can't either.
but I am going to point to that direction.
So,
Alright, what's
So
your
Mushi,
action?
I am pointing in this direction.
if you guys can still see that ping, I'm not sure.
No,
line
the
of sight.
darkness is blocking it for me.
I can see the ping, yeah, but I know that there's
I'm underneath
darkness
the
there.
base.
I knew
So
the
there is
general
darkness, but
vicinity.
the darkness spell is 100 feet up.
Right, which
Okay,
the
awesome.
dynamic
So-
lighting is effing my.
So where this ping is, you can see 25 feet up the bottom of this rope sway.
Yeah.
So I thought it was on this side. All right, that's fine.
No.
Fuck it.
So yeah, I'm gonna point to him and say that's the rope. We need to get you up there. And then I will ready my action once again with the fire bolt. So
All
I'm
right.
ready for action. If I can see anything.
Right.
100 feet up,
Remember.
probably not. If it shoots me, I'll see it though. I don't know if he's back or not.
So if my action
totally
isn't
back.
triggered, can I change
Oh,
it to
okay.
something else?
You cannot.
God damn it.
Squatting position it is.
Yeah, all day, baby.
Squat pants.
Doing my squats in my yoga pants.
Brother, you can squat, bro. Cognar and yoga pants.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a terrible song.
Oh no.
Okay. So we're 25 feet away from the rope.
So I will draw you guys a line that leads to a circle.
Yeah, I'm like 27
Where the-
feet.
Yeah, I know it's like over
So you guys
here-ish.
can walk straight through that area.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just because of the darkness spell up above and
25 feet.
dynamic lighting shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm
Somewhere
25
over
feet away.
So Grubender, you make it behind Mushi, and you can see Cognar squatting up ahead. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Yeah. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to keep walking.
Right. So, Grubender, go ahead and roll me a quick perception check.
Oh, God.
Just because your own dark vision isn't as good as everyone else's. So if it's above 10, you're just going to walk under the rope and you're like, there it is. But otherwise,
You
there's
don't see
about
the rope.
5 feet of rope somewhere
Can't see what
in
it
this
is.
room.
My total perception is an 11.
11.
Yes.
So you can go straight towards it. How much movement did you have left?
30 feet.
30.
Yeah, you're using your action to move.
So beelining it straight towards that direction. Anything else you would like to do?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Gorneo,
Okay, so I
you
will.
hear some sort of voice speaking deep within your soul
Oh, that's not good.
in a language you do not understand.
Fuck.
What?
Probably tearing
Oh,
some
God.
bushes.
In a bit of a deep whisper. Roll me a quick perception check.
I just want to get
Hey,
out of this
hey, hey.
chasm.
It's not a save. 12.
12. You look back as you bamped downwards. Your line of sight still kind of keeping a close eye on that platform where you were before. And as you do so, this time, out of the corner of your eye, you see movement coming from the shadows over there as this creature just seems to be watching you.
Oh, fuck.
But not following me.
Oh.
It does seem to have moved slightly closer since that room where you left it. But once again, like in this split second where you catch its movement and recognize this figure, it flaps its wings and vanishes into the shadows once again.
Oh,
Oh, I
Oh
see
my
it this time?
god. This
What-
is so
what did I see?
nerve-wracking.
So you saw that guy once again.
I can't see him. He's out of my dark vision.
yeah, no.
What does he look like?
Down.
At least by the
So I will-
token, it looks like
I
a
will
fucking
pull
bat dude.
you a picture up.
It's Batman. Oh,
It's almost like Batman when he Scarecrow's got that fear serum coursing through him and he looks at him.
oh, super fucking creepy.
Corneo, that's what you see. And with that,
Fuck is
it
that?
is-
That's not good to hear.
What the fuck is this?
with that, you are up, sir. What would you like to do?
I want to get the fuck out of here. So let's see here. 15, 25, 35. 45 puts me in front of Mushi. And I will.
Green line is basically a straight path to the room.
I'll bamf up and grab the rope.
All right. Corneo, go ahead and roll me athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh, thank God. Seriously?
Oh no!
But
Oh god!
Corneo, you're a little shaken right now as you bamf up into the air. The rope isn't quite where you expected it to be as you slowly fall back down towards the base of this crevasse.
And you take no damage because you're slow.
Oh, sorry. Okay, then I will. That's all I can do.
All right.
He's not actually slow falling. He's just like doing his monk thing where like he can jump 50 feet and it's not going to hurt him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes.
He's doing the link roll at the bottom of this fall. Cognar.
All right. I move to the abyss because I can't see it. So if you could move me to the abyss where everybody else is.
All right. So
Go to the abyss.
going straight forwards to where Gorneo has landed.
Aha. And
This is like a hell plane.
yes, I will hand Gorneo the rope that has a crowbar attached to it, and I'll show you. Take this up to the top. We have enough rope so we can actually climb. And then I will ready an action to start climbing the rope once he ties it off.
How much do you weigh?
That is a really good question. Let me see. Probably weigh a fuck ton. Because I'm a dwarf.
1 metric fuck ton.
I'm sure the bag of holding weight is fucking this up, so I don't know how much he actually weighs.
The bag of holding, as long as it doesn't bust, only weighs 50 pounds.
Well, yeah, but it's calculating into all my
What is
equipment weight.
Ognar's weight? You should
He's
have your own
130.
weight.
130.
130.
Oh,
I'm fat.
so I actually weigh more than you. Cool.
Oh,
You are taller than me.
I have an
There's one
idea.
person.
I
if
do
you're
have a
down
lot
for
of
this.
gear on me, but yeah, you probably weigh more than me.
Like,
Gognar,
if
make
you
your
just
way up
hold on, if
towards
you just tie that
Corneo.
rope to you, we could literally make a pulley, and I could just hold the crowbar and jump off the other side because I could shadow jump back up.
Hey, I'm all for this. If I can get up on top of the fucking bridge,
We
I'm
could
happy.
literally do a pulley, and I have to just get up. I could do your rope over the bridge, and I'll jump off the other side and just pull you straight up to the bridge.
And then we can pull everybody up. That's fantastic. Let's do that. I ready
Okay.
my action to inevitably fuck up and fly off the bridge. I want to catch myself.
All right.
So we take Cognar's turn to plan.
All right. Mushi.
At turn, we plan.
I will come to right here.
As your spell fizzles out once again.
Oh, spell, fizzles out. No more spell.
Love those spells.
On the bright side,
Actually,
my darkness should still be there. So.
speaking of which, Gorneo, can you roll me a concentration check?
Oh, you
shit,
got
I
hit by the
forgot about
bird
that.
demon.
From your
Shit.
attack.
What is concentration again?
You need a 10 plus on a
Constitution.
con check.
Is there a but? It's just Constitution save.
Constitution
That's
save.
safe.
The
Save.
heart. The heart.
Come on. 10.
Oh, damn.
You make the
10
save.
better, right?
Yeah, I only took.
Depends what the save
18
is.
damage, I think it was.
Yeah,
So it'd be a 9 or 10.
Oh,
So it'd be a 10.
right, because it's
You
half
make
the damage or 10, whichever's greater, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I took 18. damage.
So, darkness is still up there.
Thank
Okay,
God.
so- They are trying to get.
Oh, so we would go up into
Cognar out, right?
darkness. Actually, it's wherever you want to go, really.
Yeah, and I could technically drop the spell. So
Technically speaking. But if they don't know
Okay.
we're climbing in the darkness.
yeah, and it's been
It's gotta
roughly
be like,
30, so
5 rounds.
30 seconds to 1 minute.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been roughly
So
5.
got 9 minutes left on this darkness spell, at least.
Okay. So basically, I'm going to tell Corneo, you get Cognar out of here, and I will get Gerbender out of here.
so
Okay.
you just gotta get me up to the bridge.
I'll do my best, buddy.
As long as you can get him to the bridge. And then I'm going to wait until I make sure Cognar is on the bridge. So probably next round I will have an action. Otherwise, I'll hold it for Firebolt again.
Holding for Firebolt. No
I'm
oldie but a
prepared,
goodie.
okay?
What
All right.
action? You only get one action to prepare. Which action are you preparing?
She's preparing Firebolt.
Oh, okay.
She's doing her plan on the next turn.
Okay.
That's what I
Yep,
got.
next turn, we're
Okay.
getting the fuck out of here, guys.
Okay.
So, Cognar, you better make
Right.
it.
All
right, Gerbender.
Shoulders.
Well, hearing all this, I'm going to go stand next to Cognar and be prepared to help pitch him up.
Okay. Give a little extra slack on the rope. I like it.
I won't
right.
toss a dwarf.
Hey, this dwarf is ready to be tossed. All right.
All right. And
Do I need to make like a strength save or check for that or something? Or
when Cognar's inevitable leap happens, I will give him advantage.
Okay.
It will negate the disadvantage for the one hand.
Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. So a straight roll.
So it'll be a straight roll.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Is this a dexterity saving throw?
For jumping.
Corneo, real quick, you continue to hear these
Oh, shit.
whispered
Oh,
voices
were you marked?
radiating throughout your mind. It's a little difficult to push them aside, as they seem to just
Okay,
be
you can do
piercing through and interrupting each and every thought you have. It's making this planning with Cognar a little more difficult than it probably should be.
Oh my
Is it
god.
a charm or a fear effect?
It is not.
Okay.
It's a fuck you effect.
Anyways, I'll just kind of try to shake it from my mind, and I'm going to for jumping. What check is that?
Jumping,
Athletics. Right?
attempting to do what?
I want to see how high I can jump.
A vertical jump.
So a jump itself is, I want to say, based on strength.
It is.
Mm.
And I think it's like the
That makes
rules are
sense.
stupid. It's like
That makes no sense.
it's one
Rules
foot.
are real weird.
It's 1 foot per strength modifier, or something.
Wait,
like
so
that.
I can't jump?
So for a high
You can jump
jump, you can leap into the air a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier.
3 plus your strength.
And if
Yeah, I
you
don't
move
have
at
a
least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump.
Right.
When
So
you
I
make a standing high jump, you jump only half that.
Right. So
But you
it's-
can extend your arms half of your height above yourself during this
Okay.
jump.
So that answers my question. All right,
So
so I'm
now-
going to save my movement for once I get up on the rope. So
All
I'm going to bamf to the rope again.
All right. So this time you kind of take a moment to focus yourself before bamfing up and just reaching out from the shadows and grasping hold of the rope itself.
All right, and then
And
I'm
you are
start-
60 feet up.
and then I'm going to start scaling the rope.
All right. So go ahead and roll me an acrobatics. Or there's your acrobatics. You continue scaling. How much movement do you have?
45 feet of movement.
All right. You can make it just below the top of this room.
and
Effectively,
you
you've
have
got
my rope,
okay.
right?
Yeah, I've got your rope with your crowbar.
Yeah.
And okay, so can I use? No, I'm gonna want to wait. I'm gonna have to bamf onto the bridge.
if you want to use your action to get that last 5 feet up, you can. Effectively
No,
doubling
I
your movement.
want to use my action to stealth where I am,
Hiding on the rope.
hiding on the rope, because I'm right below my darkness spell, right?
Yes, you are within your darkness spell.
Yeah. So I kind of want to be able to be in a spot where I can poke my head out and see out of my darkness, but be kind of hidden by it.
I think
So
the
you
rope
want to
is-
be 15 feet down from the bridge?
Yeah,
Effectively
because
like
what I
that.
want to do, basically, my intention is next round, I want to bamf onto the bridge and then use my movement to jump off
Because
the other side.
effectively
to
there's this
slingshot.
sphere of darkness right above you. So you can poke your head in and see absolutely nothing. Poke your head out and see 60 feet of dark vision.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna hide beneath that because it's gonna be hard to see me right there.
All right. So with that, I will bring your spell back. Run!
Yeah, because then I'll bamf next round, and I'll jump, and then that'll hopefully slingshot Cognar up.
All right.
Oh, God.
So Cognar.
And hopefully doesn't like throw him off the other side.
No, well,
Hopefully.
if physics works the way it should, then my body should stop at the edge of the bridge. So,
I believe in physics.
because you're not like twice my weight, so you wouldn't like fling me off the ridge.
No, I weigh 200 pounds. So yeah.
All right. So I'm readying my action to grab the bridge. That's what my action is, because he might dangle a little bit, so I'm gonna have to ready to hold.
I'm sorry, Lucas, but Dangle's your other character.
How about Badangle? He's gonna Badangle.
He's gonna Badangle. All right.
Badangle.
He's holding his action to Badangle.
Yes.
Badang.
So to brace myself for impact and or holding myself to the bridge.
Mushi, your firebolt fizzles out. The fifth time. You're lucky with your cantrips. Not wasting
I know.
stuff.
I know, if you were wasting spells, oh my god.
So Cognar is still at the bottom of this chasm then?
He is about 5 feet in front of you. Inches from your
Okay.
Can't you cast that on multiple people?
No, only me and one other person.
Damn.
So I'm debating if I'm just gonna leave you or not.
Go for it. No, go for it. Get up there, because Gerbender is gonna have to save my ass once I fall off this shit.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna look to Gerbender and say, you ready to GTFO? And I'm gonna wait for a response from him before I can actually do the action. So
You're ready?
Let me toss Cognar first.
Oh god.
All right,
Okay,
so
well, then I'll
holding
wait.
your action
Holding
for
my
Gerbender
action.
to toss the dwarf.
Yeah.
All right. Gerbender.
I'm gonna hold and toss a dwarf.
Oh, you're tossing the dwarf,
no.
not talking to the dwarf. Yes,
So
toss
you're
me.
tossing. Toss the dwarf.
Oh wait, that's not gonna help.
Why not?
Because Corneo is supposed to jump me.
Your Neo.
Oh my god, this is Cirque du Soleil.
You're 15 feet down this rope. You know the bridge to be 30 feet of movement to get to it. What would you like to do, sir?
That's awesome.
Or one bamf up to the bridge.
Yeah, I want to bamf to right there on the bridge.
All
And
right.
then I've got my crowbar with a rope attached to it in 2 hands, and
All
I
right.
jump off the other side.
Like a water suit.
Now, is this a 50-foot rope?
It's 100 feet.
So it should be
All right.
tight right now, and I should be able to get it to the other side and just jump off. Assuming Cognar is 4 feet tall and he's like holding it up above his head right now, I should have just
So you
enough
pulled
to
out-
jump over.
So you pulled out your own rope with a crowbar, and you're just leaping off
No.
this bridge?
I gave
No,
him
these
my
are
100-foot
Cognar
rope that I
being-
tried to throw up the chasm. That has a crowbar attached to it.
Unfortunately, I don't think you can bamf holding objects like that.
What if it's in his pack? Because, I mean, he has to bamf with his pack.
Why can't he hold
Is what?
on?
Like, what if
Because
he
I don't
throws the crowbar in his backpack?
Well, I mean,
But he
okay.
can bamf with his weapon.
You
Yeah.
were
He
gonna
can't.
let him bamf with the longsword
But
if
his
you pass the
weapon-
check.
But his weapon isn't tying him to another creature.
Ah, fuck.
Like
Well, I
this
don't
rope
think-
effectively, because effectively there is like about 5 to 10 feet of rope between him and Cognar, and then he appears, and this rope isn't moving; it's appearing there. So he
Okay.
could have like his handful of rope.
Oh,
But-
right. I see what you're saying.
But it basically might
Yeah.
dimensionally
But
slice
it
the
won't
rope.
teleport.
Yeah,
with him.
basically.
Okay. All right.
You
Well,
could definitely like drop drop the end of the rope down the 100 feet, and then Cognar could then just grab hold of your rope.
Can
Yeah,
we
so
say
if
we
you
did
make
that?
the
Because I
whole
didn't
rope
understand
with
how the
them.
rules work. Because
Absolutely,
that was
absolutely.
the plan anyway, was him using the rope to get me up there.
Everybody was fuzzy on the plan, so that's actually...
Either
Cognar was
way,
describing one thing, and Corneo just thinking ahead. He's like, that's not going to work in my shadows. I'm just going to nod my head. Yes, yes. And then he takes the whole rope and just bams upward.
Okay,
Yes.
well, okay,
We'll
so
go
then
for it.
can we... So,
you have
Corneo,
banked
you've
up
got
with
100 feet of rope in your arms with a crowbar tied to it. What would you like to do?
okay, so I'll have to...
Tied to you if you would like.
I'll have to drop the rope down to Cognar then.
Holding on to
Alright.
one end still.
The crowbar end or the other end?
The other end.
right.
Crowbar end is
Just
for me to hold on to because I'm not strong.
All right.
It should give you a good grasp on it.
See, I
So, Corneo, you toss off the other end of this rope.
and then,
And Cognar.
yeah, I'm going to ready
Go
my
ahead.
action to... Or can I ready my movement to then jump off once he's attached?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Okay. So,
Once you feel something on the other end, you can absolutely just leap off. So, Cognar, you see this rope beginning to drop up above the edges of your dark vision. So you yourself kind of take this opportunity to get Gravender ready before it eventually drops into Gravender's own line of sight. Gravender, you crouch down and launch Cognar upwards with all your force as he attempts to reach out with his remaining hand, grappling hold of this rope as he does so.
Oh my god.
As Corneo leaps off the other end,
Oh my god. This is...
Cognar, you go shooting upwards into the air as Corneo descends downwards.
Oh, thank God.
Mushi, you take this opportunity
So glad you didn't make us
as
make tricks for
Gravender
that.
launches the dwarf to place your own palm upon Gravender, and the two of you vanish in a door from another dimension,
Oh, I thought you took fly.
disappearing from sight.
Oh, that's way better.
So for now, you guys cannot see things because you are no longer here. As Corneo leaps off the edge of this bridge, Cognar goes shooting upwards. Cognar, can I get a straight athletics check from you?
Oh god.
As this bridge is fairly rapidly approaching.
Oh god.
Oh my gosh, please make
And
it.
you only have the one arm to maneuver from the rope to the ledge.
Oh yeah, this is fucking gonna be clutch. Okay.
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
Oh, I like that. I like that sound.
17.
Yeah.
Cognar,
Oh my gosh.
there's that split second where you're a little unsure of yourself as you hesitate for a fraction of a second, and you release the rope, and you suddenly feel the weight of your entire body being pulled by gravity, and you just reach forward towards the nearest thing you can and grasp hold of that bridge, and eventually pull yourself up.
Oh my gosh.
Successful.
Oh my
Run
god.
up those stairs, Connor.
I just flop on my back and just like sob.
No, there's still burner holes.
No, I'm fine. I'm a low target. I've made myself prone.
Oh, that's
Disadvantage
good
on
call.
attacks.
Good call. I forgot about that.
I am prone. I am
Corneo,
laying
you
down.
are at the base of this chasm. What would you like to do?
Me or Greneo?
Corneo.
Oh, okay. I
Question.
can't believe that worked.
Yeah.
When I got to the top of the bridge, was I still hearing voices?
You were.
Okay. So still hearing them now.
Absolutely. They continue to kind of just echo throughout your brain in a language you don't understand.
And I don't see the shadow demon.
You're a little distracted right now.
I mean, once I get
If
back
you would
to
like
the
to make-
bottom.
Once you get back to the bottom, go ahead and roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no. I'm distracted.
You would have fucked up
Okay,
anyway.
so then I'm going to...
You hear movement up
I'm-
above of something heavy scraping against stone.
Yeah, sticking with the plan. I'm
For a
going
moment,
to...
you're not sure if it's that creature, but you're hoping with all your hope that it's Cognar having made it successfully up onto that bridge.
I'm going to hope. So I'm going to stick with the plan, and I'm going to shadow jump back to their rope.
Back up to their rope.
Their
Awesome.
rope.
Their rope.
Their rope.
As you are starting to climb up this rope yourself, Cognar, is there anything you would like to do at this point in time?
I am. What actions do I have?
You are laying prone on a bridge. You have every action available
Okay.
to you. As you
So
normally
what I would like to do is, since he said murder holes, 10, 15. Crawling is half speed, right?
I believe so.
12.5. 12.5. I'm going. Fuck it. I'm not a fucking coward. All right, I'm gonna stand up for 15 feet,
All right.
and then I will move. I guess it's 12 and a half feet to there. All right, that's my first movement, and then my second
All right.
movement is gonna be my action to double move,
All right.
and that's my turn.
All right.
I'm booking it. So
Cognar,
for the next
as you
purpose. Yep.
as you are retreating your way up back towards the staircase where you originally descended, you can hear several piercing through the air behind you as you just take off running.
Yep.
The first quiver does a 14 hit.
Nope.
How about a 20 total?
Yep.
So that is going to be
I should have crawled. I don't care.
5 piercing damage.
It's just one.
It's just one. I don't care. Yep. Mine's
5 piercing
Got
damage.
it.
As the second 2 bolts fly through the air.
Mm-hmm.
A 9, I'm assuming, misses. Another 20 total.
Okay.
I'm
that
going
one
to
hits.
assume hits.
Yeah.
For 8 piercing damage.
Okay. That's okay. I am. I'll take
You
the
just
2
continue
bolts to the
running.
back, and I'm just booking it. This little dwarf is running double
Awesome.
movement for the rest of his turns up the ladder, up the staircase.
Awesome. Awesome. And Gorneo. Eventually, you make your way back up this rope, back to the same 15 feet below, looking at this sphere of darkness before you. What would you like to do?
I would like to bamf to the bridge and move to the tunnel.
All right. Bamfing to the bridge. Go ahead and move free.
You should be right behind me.
Making
right?
use of that space bar button.
Yeah. Look
Boom.
at that.
Boom, there we
I
go.
learned how to do fancy things.
Beautiful.
All the things.
So you follow Cognar, and you can see a few unfamiliar bolts adorning his back this
I
time.
got back nipples.
As
Oh,
the pair of
By
you,
the way, I dropped your crowbar at the bottom of that chasm. I hope you know that.
The rope. It's a lot of rope.
It's
okay.
gone.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Unless you're still dragging it, that thing's gone.
I don't think I actually I was able to attach. Right. I had to let go of that. Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Alright,
so
we
yeah,
lost 100
you'll
feet
have
up
to
in
get
the
All
it
right, so the
guardrails.
pair of you,
but you can deal with that later.
begin climbing these stairs, and you go dozens, if not the next step up, which I think there's something before hundreds, but that one.
Scores.
And then eventually hundreds, scores of stairs, hundreds of stairs. You guys are just climbing and climbing and climbing what seems to be to no end.
Yep.
Before
And
you
Gorneo's
guys
bamfing and
make
double
your
moving.
way.
Question.
Yes.
Do I hear the voices the whole way?
As you guys continue to ascend this staircase, eventually the voices seem to fade away.
Oh, good. That's something I could talk about with my therapist later.
That is not bad. This. Before
So-
eventually you guys make yourselves back up to the familiar sight of a pair of bars, of which Cognar descended solo before, and the party followed after him. And when you guys make it towards these bars, you see Mushin and Grubender patiently waiting on the other side. Immediately after they themselves had stepped through this dimensional door to this point.
So as soon as they make it through the gate, I'm going to close the gate. I've still got a golden key. Does it allow me to lock the gate?
The lock is blown out.
There is
Lock's
no
gone.
longer a lock on these bars.
Okay. Well, in that case,
Effectively, like the padlock has been removed.
then I'm going to.
Anyone have an arcane lock?
Let's see, where are we?
Can I try
the
to
wrong
melt
map.
it closed?
Oh, that map. There
Are
we
you
go.
on
Yeah.
Okay, so once they get on this side,
Yep. I'm running past.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone have a
Corneo
lock?
can just bamf through it, so he doesn't really care if you fucking mess with him.
I kind of do care. You don't know why I care, but I kind of care.
I'm going to make
It's emotional.
Like, at this point,
a solid wall.
Stone shape. Oh my god.
What?
Way
You
to
could have
go,
If
made
Bender.
stairs that whole time.
Only
Do
up to
you
5
have
feet.
a
Only
second level 4 spell slot to get
I do
the
have-
second 5 feet? Because it will take
What
2.
I was going to say is if I can't do the entire thing, then I'll make like bars just enough so that it would be very challenging for something to wriggle through without
so
covering
effectively,
the
like
entirety of it.
reinforcing these bars and sealing them as best you can.
Exactly.
Awesome. Absolutely.
Really, you could come in from like the hinge side and the door side, right? And just lock off those two sides?
mechanically, the door should be locked.
Mechanically, the door is coated in a layer of stone,
I like it.
which will affect its DC for opening for anyone who attempts to climb these stairs
Or go back down.
or descend them in the future.
Don't worry, we have someone who specializes in breaking down doors.
Unfortunately,
I'll make myself a note.
how we got in this shit?
I hear you, Cage. Now it's time to break doors down.
Should we,
All right, so once I've done that,
Guys, we made it. Oh.
we need to get out of here.
We need to tell the friggin' Feather Girl Spires that this is not a safe place.
I
Well-
don't trust anyone right now.
the first thing I'm going to do is now that we're up here and I've locked this gate, I'm going to look at Cognar and just say, if you ever run off like that again, I will not be coming after you.
Noted. I was trying to investigate because the lock
I
was
don't
gone.
care what you were doing. And Gritter's just going to stalk off.
Right.
I'm gonna follow closely behind Gravender. And I'm gonna say, hey, I think it's time we switch that spear over possessions for a little while.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Gravender. We've already talked about this. It's not good for one person to hold the spear for very long.
Fine. Here, take the damn thing.
And I'm going to take the spear. Maybe Gravender will be back to Gravender.
I'm assuming I don't have any trouble giving up the spear.
You a little reluctant, but there's no mechanical difficulty.
There's no compulsion to keep it.
There does not appear to be. And Mushi,
Okay.
if you spend at least a short rest with this spear, I will send you to the limits.
Well, I'm gonna keep it away from
Can't make use
Cognar.
of yourself.
That's all I know right now.
Ragnar gave it up without a fight, so I don't know shit on that.
I'm just saying. You stole it from dead Gravender. I have not forgotten that.
All right. So eventually the party finds themselves in the relatively safe confines of the monastery's walls once again. And at this point in time, what does the party hope to accomplish?
Gorneo's actually gonna go find Gerbender. And
Yeah, he's like gone, isn't he?
I can catch up pretty quick.
I seclude myself to the abbot's room.
All right.
But yeah, Gorneo's gonna go find Gerbender, and he'll just kind of walk in to wherever Gerbender is, and he'll say, "I saw a demon down there. It hit me, and did it hit me in the chest?"
It location-wise, yes, it raked at your chest, but
there's no marks,
visible damage. There's no markings.
So he'll say, "And I could hear it speaking to me in my mind, almost all the way up the stairs. I couldn't understand what it was saying."
That's what I said, but I didn't want to look at the map.
So, for those who are asking, I've named this guy the Metagame Minotaur.
Oh dear.
Cognar is not cognizant, and I'm
He exists
ignoring
only in the player's conscious mind.
it.
This is good.
You brought up the
Okay.
world map, and I was like, wait, we're not here. Wait, why the hell is there a giant silver minotaur in the front room? Anyway, I'm ignoring it completely.
You say there
Our
was
characters are ignoring it.
a demon that attacked you?
It was a shadow demon, from all I could tell. It does exactly what I do, move through the shadow weave. But it didn't leave any marks. It hit me right here. Like point to his chest, and see, I could feel it in my mind.
Okay, I want to do an inspection of this.
Go ahead
First, I
and
guess
roll me either a medicine or a religion check.
I was gonna start off with medicine, just kind of looking at his chest, and then I guess I'll roll religion after that.
All right.
Which one of you is gonna betray me?
Can I help him with religion? Can we put our heads
That's a
together?
1 on the medicine check.
Gorneo, with your combined knowledge, I will grant him advantage.
I was gonna say, because I'm proficient in religion, so at least I could at least
Revender,
help bounce ideas. I am helpful in bouncing religious ideas off of.
Revender, he points to his midsection, and after talking about being clawed at by some creature, you don't see wounds. Like, you saw those gargoyles clawing at Cognar. You felt those gargoyles clawing at you, and there's no visible marks like that of which the gargoyles left upon you. You don't believe that your gauze or healing spells might be of any particular use currently.
All right, here goes the religion check. That's going
It's
to
with
be
advantage.
a 13.
13. Rubender, you are aware that sometimes wounds go deeper than the mere flesh. There are a number of creatures who are capable of invading one's mind by various means. They're judging from what you know and based off of the description Gorneo has given you, this creature doesn't appear to have left any sort of lingering effects, but it's possible that Gorneo was being followed for at least a portion of his trip up these stairs, and this creature might have been invading his mind by means of some sort of telepathy of sorts. Some demons are capable of such abilities.
Well, Gorneo, I have heard of things like you speak. Certainly, creatures of the darkness and the evil planes. They have ways of attacking one's mind as opposed to one's body. I don't know whether there is any indication of a permanent connection. But the only thing I can recommend for you now is rest. If you still feel tainted or as though your mind is not wholly your own, there are other things I can try. But first, rest.
Okay, I will do my best. Do we want to stay here tonight?
Given what we have seen below this monastery, it is perhaps best that we take refuge, perhaps in the chapel, and leave at first light.
Okay. Camp out in the chapel. Gorneo's gonna go in there and start meditating.
All right.
And he'll thank Gerbender. He'll say, thank you. That was quite a harrowing experience.
Yes, this was a great challenge for all of us.
And then he'll put his hand on your shoulder and he'll say, you were right to tell Cognar that. He shouldn't be going off on his own, not with dangerous foes as these as we are facing. He should know better.
Thank you.
Come. It's been stressful. Let's go try to relax.
I'm also going to begin meditating.
All right. So the two of you make your way to the reestablished Shrine of Moradin, as well as the new inscription that adorns this Shrine of Bahamut, attributing it to Bahamut as well. And the pair of you begin your own meditations. Cognar, while this is going on, is there anything you would like to accomplish?
Not specifically.
All right. And Mushi. You find yourself focusing and contemplating and trying to remember, and you kind of take a moment to put the necklace aside for a moment to focus your concentration, but nothing comes to you.
I am, for sure.
That's so frustrating. I'm gonna concentrate even harder.
So Mushi remains in silent concentration as the party eventually succeeds in completing their short rest.
All right, 4d8.
You to regain as many hit dice as you would like, or to use as many hit dice as you would like,
12,
as well as regain
4,
all appropriate abilities.
29.
That's pretty good.
I'll stick with that.
I'll use one. Nice.
And for your hit dice, you get your con bonus too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll only use one.
So that's 24 plus another 8, 32. I'm almost back to full health.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't mean to click that last one. Didn't count.
Cheating again.
You're fucking nerds.
Guys, I used
crazy.
80 hit dice. I'm fine. Why are you guys talking about it?
What was it that I found on Tuesday? She was cheating about.
She was
Oh,
like,
Oh, no disadvantage.
she wasn't
on
taking her stealth to disadvantage for wearing heavy armor.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Was I seriously?
Yep.
You didn't have the box checked.
Damn it. I'm a cheater and I don't even try, guys. I'm
I was
sorry.
like, I'm playing for 5 minutes and I already found something wrong.
That makes sense. I'm like a cheater at heart, but not in spirit.
He also used an ability that you've never used to
I know! Ryan told me about it. I'm like, what is that? He's like, it's in the D&D book. I'm like, I need to look that
That's
up
fucking
because I don't
epic.
remember
You
that at all.
killed people. It was great.
Yeah, you were truly brilliant.
All the things.
I know, I need to work on that, okay? I need to just fireball and shit.
Okay.
So as the hour draws to a close, each of the party members kind of spending this hour in silent contemplation, deep in their own individual thoughts, you guys complete this short rest. As you finish this, is there anything else you would like to accomplish at this point in time?
I didn't hear anything from anybody else, so I'm staying right where I'm at.
And during my meditation, I'm not casting a spell to do this, but just in my prayers, I'm kind of, asking Bahamut that you gave me a vision and what I believe to be a mission. What seems like a very long time ago now. I am not sure that what we are doing is what you called me to do. I know I'm helping people. I know that I am trying to exemplify the light and the sacrifice and the good that can be accomplished, but you sent me a vision of a holy relic, something that I could recover for you. Is this what I'm meant to be doing? And I'm hoping that I get some sort of sign or some sort of feeling.
Your prayer kind of goes unanswered for the time, but you do have a feeling as your shield, the crest about it, as the platinum dragon head emits a warm glow across your hand, that your prayer has been heard.
After a while, I'm going to go looking for Cognar.
I took my shield off, by the way.
Eventually, Cognar, the door to the abbess's room opens, and Cognar's and Prebender is standing there.
Cognar, how are you?
My pride is wounded, but physically I'm fine.
I'm sorry that I spoke to you in the way that I did. That was probably not appropriate, but I do feel that it's important you recognize that everything around us is dangerous. I know you're headstrong and you believe that you can take on anything. But sometimes the wiser course, well, always the wiser course, is to make sure you bring your companions with you. There are many things, many dangers we have faced. And someday, we may face something we are not prepared for. On that day, if we fall, we fall. We all know it is a risk that we run. I simply do not want to see you fall because you have gone out on your own, gone out ahead of the rest of us, with no help and no support. I don't know how long you were down there before we found you. If it had been 5 more minutes, I'm afraid you may have been beyond help.
I agree. And curiosity got the better of me. I saw the gate open, and the first thing I figured was I need to investigate to make sure no one else gets hurt. Because I didn't want to leave it unattended. I had no way of getting to you. So that was my mistake. Secondly, when I got down there, it was a terrible fight. I wasn't down there very long, but I did run into the second of command, which probably made things worse for you guys when you came down. I know I have been foolhardy and rash and reckless, and I don't mean to cause you any harm, or amuse you, or Guneo, but I do it out of trying to protect you by getting there first, but it backfired on me this time.
Friend, there's a difference between being the first to face the threat, being the only one to face the threat.
It's a fair point. We are a team, and I do rely on you so much. It was a lapse in judgment, and I would have turned around if I had a chance. They just knocked me off that bridge.
Indeed, that was most surprising and unpleasant.
Do you remember when I got that axe?
Of course.
Ever since I got that axe, I haven't felt really compelled to kill creatures, but my own greediness for strength has pushed me and urged me forward into battle headlong. And now that I've lost my hand, I don't even have that. And I kind of feel lost.
Are you sure there are magics that I could attempt that could restore your hand? It may be a long process, it may be difficult. But
I'm not sure that if I get my hand back, if it will make anything better. I will use the axe again, and I'll be bloodthirsty again.
well, perhaps we were able, Mushi and I, to cleanse what I believe to be a foul influence from the spear. Mushi obviously believes that it is not entirely gone. I don't know, I carried it for a few days and I did not notice myself behaving differently, but perhaps you did. Regardless, there may be some kind of influence infused in that weapon. Perhaps we could attempt to divine what that might be and try to change it. Try to cleanse it.
I agree. We should look further into this weapon. But I think most of the fault is of my own. I have vengeance in my soul and revenge on my mind. It has consumed me, partially. If it weren't for you guys, I'd kill anything to get to my quarry.
I understand. When my mentor and my friend was murdered by those vile worshippers of Tiamat, Vengeance burned in my soul. With the help of others of the Order of Mithranor, I was able to take my vengeance upon those foul beasts. But it changed me. It was not until I met Yushi and Ram and even Illyria that I was faced with, or able to regain a sense of true friendship. It brought me back to my true self. My desire to help them. My desire to, well, I shan't speak of that, but know that desire for vengeance, you must guard yourself carefully. It can turn you into something nearly as dark as that which you seek to eradicate.
And I can lose the closest ones to me. Commander, I am truly sorry, and I will contemplate on this.
And I am...
Spiritual guidance will help me, but at least I can think on my actions.
Well, it is not much, but I have done what I can to restore the shrine in this temple to its true worship. Should Morden accept my work, you may find his spirit there. Perhaps he can give guidance that better suits you than I.
Your guidance
Be
is
well, friend.
awesome, Commander.
Be well, rest. And in the morning, I must likely kill you. I mean, we should leave in the morning.
After what I did to you, I understand completely. So, are we staying here for the night, or are we leaving?
I think it is best for us to stay here this night. I plan to...
It's roughly about 10 in the morning.
Oh, well.
Should we
In that
stay
case.
today, or should we leave now and camp at night?
Since we have had a chance to rest, it is perhaps time for us to leave this place.
If Morden has accepted your blessing, then this temple will be well protected. At least I can hope.
But I should go find Yushi and let her know that we plan to leave soon.
All right, I will meet you at the front door.
And just so we're very clear, the threat to kill you in the morning was a bad reference to the Princess Bride.
It was a great reference.
But Cogner understands.
Oh, I'm just saying.
Ragnar's
Gurbinder
seen that
didn't
much.
actually say it.
No, I think he
Ben
should
said
have actually
it.
said
Gurbinder didn't.
it.
Too late. The ploy's up. We know all about it.
So Cogner is going to look around to make sure Gerbender doesn't see him, and he opens the door.
Damn it, God, have you learned nothing?
And
Ragnar, you stare forth into the very face of oblivion itself.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
But that's the front door you're opening?
I sit at the front door. I'm not moving anything. I'm just sitting there.
All right.
I'm waiting for Gerbender and Corneo and all them.
All right. Well, that's where we're going to take our break for tonight's session. With everyone still alive.
Good
Oh,
RP,
guys.
Good
That
RP.
was like the most stressful week of my life.
You're telling me. I was afraid I was going to be playing 2 rogues in a week. Ugh.
Yeah, that was
I will be
fun.
right back.
I took a lot of time coming up with that slingshot maneuver.
I bet.
You know what? I was trying to get you to do something similar to that this whole freaking time, but you bamfed up the fucking cavern wall. I was like, no.
Well, no, that was my plan the whole time, but there's no point in me going ahead of you guys down there because I can literally catch up so quickly.
Yeah, I was going to hand you the rope, though. And every time, your turn was before mine, so I was like, okay, he's not moving, he's talking, I'm going to hand him the rope. And then you're like, I bamf away. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
It's like, damn it.
I was just like, because I have to keep eyes out, because if we get somebody that comes up behind us, we would have been so fucked.
You were almost fucked. If you
Yeah,
get your
I
Bamfy
didn't
thing, you would have
expect
been
that to happen. Jesus Christ. And since Ryan's not here, I looked up a shadow demon in my monster manual. That thing is scary.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the ending level of this adventure is. I'm guessing it's probably
only
like 15.
It's only a CR4, the shadow demon, but it's
was-
like immune to everything.
I was looking at a flowchart because I'm weird like that. And I think it said like what's I think like level 13 is what they expect you to do the side quest for the Basilmer dwarf thing.
The interesting thing is that Gorneo has an eidetic memory, so he's going to remember everything that the demon said to him, which is a little freaky to me.
Yeah. Oh my god. So
God damn it. Gorneo already had nightmares. Now they're going to get worse.
you think you got nightmares? No, I like fucking worried about getting everybody killed.
No. Gorneo mechanically has nightmares.
Oh really?
Yes. Every night.
Nice. Oh, man. Yeah.
Because
no, you're an elemental, aren't you?
Yeah,
you're not really an elf, so.
Yeah, I actually look human more than anything. But I wanted to take. So part of in Faerun, the Shadow Weave and being able to access the Shadow Weave, there are only 3 ways you can do it, and you have to be a worshiper of Shar. You have to have gotten your god or whatever, or you have to have gotten permission from Shar to use it, or you have to have lost a piece of yourself, piece of your mind. You have to be a little bit tweaked. I think, what do they put? Weird or strange is the way of putting it. But so Gorneo, he has an eidetic memory, so he remembers everything. And so I have the feat that makes it so you can recall everything. And it's just a little different. But so Gorneo, he has nightmares and stuff because he just remembers everything. He can't not forget it.
I think my nightmares might trump yours still.
I don't know. There's a lot more other fucked up things in Gorneo's past, but that's just what he deals with on the daily.
That's just normal stuff.
Yeah, that's just normal everyday Gorneo stuff. You wouldn't believe it if he seems so happy and cheerful all the time.
So you took the keen mind treat?
Yeah, I have that feat. So I know exactly what time of the day it is, and all sorts of other things.
Well, if everyone's back, I'll jump right on back into it.
You're the only one that left.
I don't know the card aren't back yet.
I left too. I can just hear everything with the headset.
Hang on a second.
It's magical.
Oh yeah, it sounds like Cognar got up. No, I was just telling Brian, I was just mentioning to them, I was just like, you know what?
Be right back.
Corneo has an eidetic memory. He's gonna remember everything that the demon said to him. And so I was just like, now my nightmares are gonna get worse. Also, I need to find somebody that speaks that language. Yushi, you're a
What
devil.
language? Yeah, what
Speaking of
language?
which, in this time where you guys are within the confines of this monastery, Corneo, would you like to describe to your party members what you found up in that area?
Oh, yeah.
Apart from, because I don't believe you made any mention.
I did.
you found
Even
other
when
than-
I was talking to Gerbender, I didn't. So where are we?
So,
So
like,
as we
players are-
leave,
So real quick, once Lucas gets back.
okay, metagame Minotaur.
How
don't
is he
even.
there?
I don't even understand.
I was like, you know what? 'Cause for some reason or another, there was still a Minotaur left on this map on the GM layer. I don't know why. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put him somewhere in the room. And
No,
then
I
people are going to be like, why is this Minotaur here? And like 3 different people whispered me. And I
I'm
was
just
like,
gonna- I'm just going to use that token. I'm just going to copy it. And then in my games, whenever somebody's metagaming, I'm just going to have this big ass Minotaur just appear. Just be like, boom! Metagame Minotaur! What are you doing?
boom!
Why is this here? You're metagaming! Knock it off!
Hammering out justice. And bam, he's gone.
I mean, if we all whispered you, it doesn't mean we
question.
were metagating.
Well, why he's not here? Question. The forms that I saw, were they mostly what like races and like what did they look like? Were they dressed in like the statues that I saw? Like what kind of the details about them?
I can go ahead and fill in the details because you did remind me of that eidetic memory of yours. So I can just give you exactly what it says in the book.
Uh huh. Yeah, it's nice. Like Keen Mind mechanically lets me do that too. So
You can basically have the DM explain things for you.
I did do that on purpose. Yes, I did.
I know.
Yes, I did.
I'm thinking of that for my next character.
It's so useful. You're just like, oh yeah, hey, mechanically I remember that. What was that again? Because actually, I can't find my
There was a
folder for the
name,
life
I
of me.
forgot.
Where the fuck did my folder go? I've got my Ryutama folder. Where's my other
Tell him,
folder?
Ryan. Tell him where it is.
Nick doesn't have the eidetic memory.
It's to the left of your computer, underneath your
No,
book.
that's my Ryutama folder.
Duh,
I
Amanda.
knew there
Come
was a
on.
folder there. I tried.
Ah, I found it.
The wrong folder.
Was it to the right of your computer?
It was to the left.
I
Underneath
was
a
right.
bunch of Magic the Gathering stuff and other things.
Were they books? Underneath a book, yes.
It was actually underneath my trade binders, but
That's kind of a
Duh.
book. You're welcome.
yeah, because I only wrote down the stuff I heard about Yarsha,
That's funny.
and the Mud Sorcerer. Go tell the prophet, I, Yarsha, have defeated the infiltrators. Oh wow, isn't she gonna look like a fool?
Oh,
That
yeah.
the abbess could not take care of. The Mud Sorcerer had nothing to do with it. She,
Oh, yeah. By the way, guys, there's this lady named Yashar.
yeah,
Gets slapped
yeah.
What?
Who now
about 15
chose to meet
times.
us. Oh,
I know
so
nothing
By
of
the
this.
way,
should he now choose to meet us, he would have the greatest luxury and the I don't know what that word was.
Metagaming.
something along the lines of he would be granted the luxury of their corpses at his feet. Something like that.
Oh, bones.
That
That
sounds
word is
pleasant.
bones.
Yeah.
And the bones as a present. Yeah, I overheard that. I wrote that down.
Oh my goodness.
That doesn't sound very friendly.
Okay, so about these statues.
All right, is Ben back? Oh, he said be right back.
God damn it.
Ooh, the plot thickens.
You're telling me I don't know what the hell to do with Cognar anymore.
I know you thought he was gonna die and we saved your ass.
Well,
Ah.
not only that, like
Joke's on you.
it is, but I had a whole plan of like if he was gonna die, about what I was gonna do with him.
This is why you shouldn't plan for your character's death
And
instead
now
plan
he's
for their life.
alive, but he still has a moral conundrum. But he doesn't know what
I think
conundrum
we all-
means.
But he doesn't know what conundrum means.
He has a moral something.
I'm back.
All right.
I had to go save the alley from an insect beast,
Oh god.
What a
and
hero.
then get Cookie in line.
As long as it wasn't a scorpion. Those things are fucking terrifying.
You know, when I
No,
was like 8
This
years
was,
old, I
this
stepped
was
on
a
one
small,
barefooted.
like multi-legged, kind of hairy insect that I could stomp on.
Oh,
The dog?
No.
Cool.
Clearly, he's describing a gerbil.
Yep. I stepped on a scorpion barefooted.
Oh Jesus! I literally sat in a corner with a frying pan for an hour until my boyfriend got home because I couldn't get close enough to the scorpion to kill it myself.
my god.
Oh yeah, dude, we live in Scorpion Central out here.
I
We used to,
know.
when I
It's
worked at the
great.
zoo, we would go on scorpion hunts. And at night, what you do is you take black lights and you just shine them
Black
around
lights.
at the like
Mhm.
rocks and other kind of benches and stuff at the zoo. And then you have the the trash like tweezer picker uppers. You grab those and you just fill buckets full of scorpions.
No, I learned very recently I'm petrified of scorpions. Great.
I know what to get Amanda for Christmas.
Right? Scorpion and a freaking sucker. Those things are fun. Anyways, about these statues.
Is Ben back?
Yes.
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 So there was that bit about Yarsha
Yes.
that was talked about. Well, Ben was gone.
We know that
Turns out
Cognar
Cognar and Gorneo are into the same women.
You know what though?
Seem to
Thought
be
it was a guy at
attracted to the
first, to
same
be
one.
honest.
What does that say about Cognar?
He didn't have a beard.
No, it was a male token with a male voice, and then he was like, "Oh, by the way, she's female." It's like, what?
It was a female token with a
You sure?
forgettable female voice. It was a female token, just a very masculine looking one.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I should probably change that.
And then he sent me
The
the picture,
DM
and I was
keeps
like,
forgetting
"Ooh,
about her
Cognar's
gender."
interested."
Oh, actually, I would
Mhm.
like to persuade this
I
woman to meet
would
me up
have
at
I
my
would have
address.
fought differently if I would have known that. Oh, nice.
Would have fought with his charm.
I actually got a 13 charisma, so you know.
Way better than mine.
Dognar's a fairly good-looking dwarf. His scars bring out all sorts of different characters.
Gorneo comes off as you're ready for this. You ready for this? Cold. Thank you. That's how I just. That's when I gave him his 8 charisma. That's exactly what I said. I was just like, that's it. That's why his 8 charisma. He's cold.
And you know what? You have to quote everything like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Batman and Robin. Just be like, chill.
just
I
it's time to chill.
You know, I killed the dinosaurs. The Ice Age.
Nah, we have to get out of here. They're trying to take my tortillas.
Gorneo, if you will drop one of those catchphrases before every time you vamp around, I will give you advantage on your first attack.
Thanks, Ryan.
Sure thing, Ryan.
That means
Oh
so
my god.
much that you would do that for me.
Honestly, if you had written into your like character as that was like his ideal was cold catchphrases, if I was DMing, I'd give you inspiration every time you used it in an actual conversation. Like, just. Oh, God.
Just a pun character.
Yes.
All right.
Lucas, I just want you to know,
Yes.
if you come to me with a character idea like that, I will murder that character.
Oh, you know what?
It's
I am
true. Ben's
honestly
not a fan
not
of puns.
IRL
Ben's
good
really
enough
up
to
for
do
murdering
puns,
characters.
so.
Ben makes
Don't
life
worry.
difficult when your characters spit out puns.
No,
He makes
me,
your
my
life
guy
difficult,
died.
period.
Disadvantage,
Killed that character.
all of a sudden just appear everywhere.
True
The
story.
enemies have a lot more hit points.
no, he's actually down to earth, figuratively and literally.
He literally has no legs.
So
No, he's a wood
we played a
elf.
one shot. We played a one shot last week called "We Be Dragons," and there's literally a pun dragon.
So we were doing something important, right?
Yes, I was describing to you guys.
So, where does the
what
party
I
want to meet up?
saw
I'm at the front door.
Depths.
Guards
of
at the front door.
Oh yeah.
Are you
I'm
guys coming to the
sleeping.
front door?
Yushi and Bender are within the barracks-like bedroom.
I was going to find Mushi to let her know that we were getting ready to leave soon.
I was sleeping.
Well, if she's sleeping, then
Just leave me.
Pick her ass up.
He's gonna steal the spear from me. That's what he's gonna do.
I'm going to like stand at the door and like watch her for a second, make sure she's actually asleep. Is she really asleep or is she pretending?
She looks to have fallen asleep.
Then
I'm not lying. I was totally trying to sleep.
I just wanted to figure out more about this stick I've been, trying to figure out about.
then I'm going to step back out of the room and be like, Yushi.
Yushi.
Into the ear.
Into the earring. Oh, it's in her head.
Oh, that's good.
Yushi.
You hear this calling in your dreams. The source of which you can't quite pinpoint. Looks to be coming from that neon dragon standing before you with this strange voice as he continues to whisper to you, despite being so close.
Yushi, you might want to get up now. We're about to leave.
Do I recognize this voice in my dream?
It's Bahamut.
Yushi, you swear you haven't met this colorful dragon before, but his voice is just so warm and familiar.
I won't fireball him then.
All right, Yushi,
Shit.
you obliterate your dream dragon.
Oh,
No, I
thought
said
you-
I won't then.
I
So
want
she
her to
wouldn't
catch her
do
bed
it.
on fire.
I said I will not. I thought about it, but I
You
will
cut
not.
out audio at the very wrong syllable on
Yes.
that part.
It was like, I will firebolt him. I was like, what?
I said I won't.
I was hoping you'd catch your bed on fire while you were sleeping. I mean, that'd be hilarious.
Yushi,
It would be the first time.
if you wake up, I'll give you a cookie.
I'm surprised you didn't offer a bagel.
Yushi says aloud to this neon dragon standing before her in the scorching desert winds.
I guess I'll wake up if I have to. And I won't cast any flame spells at anyone.
Yushi, you fireball the room, but Grabender's not in there.
And you die.
I said I won't.
I know.
Jeez, guys.
As you once again wake yourself up again,
Again.
you realize the fireball was just another dream.
Inception.
It's a dream within a dream. You wake up again, you're unsure what's real and what's not.
You wake up again.
And
Very confused.
if I start hearing any noises, I'm going to like knock on the door fairly loudly.
Brendan, you can start to hear some rustling, and Mushi, there's a rapping on the door.
Then I'm going to walk on
And
in.
yeah, I'll get up out of the bed and I'll start to head towards the door.
Oh,
Just
you're awake.
stretching.
Aw.
I'm yawning.
Glad you're awake. we thought it would be best to get on the road. What with, who knows what underneath us, including cultists, second in commands, leaders, and shadow demons. So,
But before we leave, don't you think we should try and warn our lovely Feather Girl Spire Knight who's been flying around for us that
I
we're
think
leaving?
you'll see.
I warned him anyways.
Cognar
So after
opens up
we
the
get
door.
outside, I'm gonna cast Firebolt and change it different colors. After we're outside.
So going outside here in the little walkway, or outside
know.
out the door.
I assume we're going out the front door, so when we go out the
Depends
front
on what
door,
way. Usually you can go either way you want to go.
I am going out the front door, following Gerbender's lead.
All right.
because
So
I'm in
Mushi
the
makes
front.
her way towards the front door, followed
Yes.
by Gerbender. Whereupon the pair of you come across your other two, and you see Gorneo slowly helping Cognar to reattach his shield with frustrating difficulty.
I know. I need to find a better way of attaching this thing.
Maybe you should just grow another hand.
I could still try to heal you.
We can try something on the road.
Speaking of the road, perhaps we should get moving.
At
Cognar
this point in
opens the door.
time, Gorneo does have the entirety of the party in one place.
Yes. So
Oh.
as we get on the road, let's get
Oh,
walking.
shit.
Okay, so you
Cognar
guys
opens the door.
leave this monastery. Cognar, there's a neon dragon standing there. You wake up rapidly, and Gorneo's helping you with your shield.
Aha!
Another dream.
God,
But-
Gerbender
But
is
as
going
we
to
step
attack me in my
outside,
sleep.
I am casting Firebolt with Thaumaturgy to change the colors, because apparently that's my new sign to get a hold of the Feather Gale Knights.
All right,
So I'm
Mushi,
trying to get a hold of
color.
that guy.
What color are
It's-
you making it?
It's going to alternate colors. Every fireball I shoot off is a different color. So
Okay, what
red
colors?
and blue. I'm going to go through the whole rainbow.
All right.
Wow, that's a
So
lot of fireballs.
Mushi begins firing off firebolts of varying colors. And you can see eventually Adric up on the giant vulture starts swooping and swerving to avoid these rays flying up across the sky before he eventually lands his giant vulture and hops off of it nearby, guys. He says, I've watched over you as you rested, as requested. You told me Vulture's quite tired, and if you wouldn't mind, we could use some rest of our own. If only
Yes.
for a short while. Or to recover.
I think that that would be perfectly all right. We are leaving the monastery, and it is safe as of now.
No.
However, there is access into what we're afraid is the
No.
Underdark through the basement.
I would not suggest you staying here or any of the Feather Gale Knights. It is secured as of now, but they have means to get through. We can stay and watch over you as you rest for a very short time.
Each of you roll me a perception check. Or not persuasion check, not perception.
I have been.
We're talking
But these-
Gerbender and Miyushi, right?
For Bender and Mushi, effectively with their opposing stories, this is going to determine who
Oh,
you
really? That's
Because
what
apparently
I guess?
Cognar is proficient.
Do I have
Perception.
advantage or anything?
You do not. But Cognar is not talking right now, which is why
I know. It's just amazing that Cognar, of all people, has persuasion.
Okay,
What did you
well,
get?
I rolled a 6.
Yeah!
However, I have a +4 at persuasion.
So you
So there's a very confused look going across his face as he kind of looks between the two of you with your differing stories. Like he can't.
I mean, she's right. It's safe for right now. There's no one in it right now, but
you shouldn't
there's this
stay here.
doorway down into what we think is the Underdark. I don't think you should
don't know
stay
the
there.
Underdark.
You said it was.
But like I said, we will watch you and make sure you rest safely. And then all of us need to be on our way. You need to warn the Feather Gale Knights to not come here. This is not a safe resting ground.
The
We
second
thought it
you-
was going to be safe, but
We were wrong. Very wrong.
I suppose it's best you guys investigated this before anyone else came along.
Indeed.
Takes a rock, looks down.
And he gives a kind of brief salute before going back over towards his giant vulture and kind of walking it around the corner and pulling from his own backpack a source of food for this giant vulture to start kind of nibbling down on. And the two of them just kind of rest in a nearby alcove of stone.
Well, it looks like we're here for a little while. Sorry, guys. But I couldn't leave him alone. He's helped us.
I'm
It
going
doesn't take
to.
long, roughly about 30 minutes for them to finish their own rest.
In those 30 minutes, I'm going to try to look around and attempt to do some very minor hunting.
All right. So this is a fairly barren canyon you guys are in,
Just
surrounded by
looking
these
for
walls.
rabbits, rats,
I
anything.
can help you look.
If you guys
Scorpions.
were to leave through the entry-exit, basically the only way in or out of this kind of basin you guys are in, there would more likely be creatures out there, but the cracks of the canyon itself lead forward like a mile or so, as you guys, have traversed before. So it kind of takes a while to get out into the grasslands.
Well, in that case, I'm going to go back inside the monastery since the door's open and everything, and see if there's any not exactly rotting meat, but old meat in the kitchen.
You do find a couple of supplies left over that the party themselves didn't really scavenge their way through.
If there's any, flesh-based food items, I'm going to grab them and take them back out to the vulture.
So
Oh,
there
God, I thought you were
are
gonna put a chicken finger on my hand.
sacks of flour, casks of salted fish, crates of dried vegetables, and wheels of cheese cluttering the walls of the kitchen.
I want to grab some wheels of cheese and the salted fish.
All right. You pull out a couple of casks of each. You walk them back out the monastery.
I'm putting the wheels of cheese in my backpack.
All right, in that case.
And the salted fish, I'm going to take over and start tossing them to the vulture.
All right. It seems to be enjoying this. What it's taking to be a bit of a game. As you toss it up, it kind of waits until the last moment before launching forth with its extended neck and grasping hold of the fish into the air inches before it hits the ground. And as each fish is tossed up into the air and after being snapped and almost swallowed whole by this beast before you, its gaze constantly shifts back to you rapidly, like it's waiting for the next fish. Very similar to a dog throwing a tennis ball.
I don't want to kill this thing with salt, so I'll toss a good double handful of fish to it.
Perfect. So you throw several fish up into the air during these 30 minutes that go by, and eventually both the giant vulture and Adric himself look to be back in their spirits. Their stamina restored. He mounts back up on the back of the vulture, and the two of them will launch forward, heading back towards the Feathergale Spire.
I think we've rested more than enough. Let's get going.
Indeed.
Where should we go? Should we make for Summit Hall?
It might be worth visiting Summit Hall. However, I am extremely hesitant to attempt to bring the body of the Lich's brother back.
I agree. But at the least, we know that no one's trying to kill us at Summit Hall.
Well, we assume.
They should be good people by reputation.
Well, what's our rush, really? Why don't Why don't we get a little ways away and make a campsite and figure out where to go from there?
Didn't the other group we ran into say they were going to Yata?
That was the caravan you guys were on.
No, I thought originally before we split ship that the other group wanted to go
All
to
of us.
Yartar.
The other group was heading towards the Riverguard Keep
Oh, okay. I thought
when
they
they came
were
across
Yartar.
you guys.
Never mind.
They were later left with the caravan.
I think
We left him
And
there.
also, just to be clear, there is currently a roughly 1 mile wide river
Yeah.
bisecting your path from where you stand currently to Summit Hall. So you guys would have to go north or south for any kind of a bridge.
Where's the nearest bridge to the south?
To the south would be Ironford.
Oh god, we've
Longford.
been there already.
I think
To
that
the north,
perhaps
we would have to go by the Riverguard Keep again.
if we head towards Scarlet Moon Hall, we can make our way to the road that leads eventually to Belliard.
I'm
think-
always for going to Scarlet Moon Hall. I mean, I'm curious to see what's come of the place after it burnt down.
We didn't have any business in Red Lodge, right?
No, we don't need to go back there.
We owe a certain
I wasn't-
merchant some
sorry.
funds that we don't have at the moment. So
What merchant?
the one who provided Mushu with that interesting wand she has, and the
That
one who
was
gave us
that
healing
was
potions.
from. Was that from Red Lodge? I thought that was
Yeah.
from the guy.
No. It was the guy
In
who walked through the
Pandalen.
wall and has the magic shot that Lothar duped into buying a fucking rock that didn't have anything on it.
Let's not go there.
Alright.
We're broke
So-
traveling bunch.
What
Thank
are
you
we
for
doing?
this beautiful necklace.
Are we just traveling to a town to see what they say? See if they've come across cultists?
I think that we have spent a lot of time in this small area of the valley. I think perhaps it is time we expanded to see what else may be found. There may be other outposts or other activities of the cults that we have not discovered yet. We seem to have made a habit of going from one cultist headquarters to another, and I'm not sure that's the safest path for us.
They seem to be
Perhaps.
on high alert right now. Not to mention, they'll probably be looking for us.
So we probably shouldn't stay close to the river then.
Probably not.
You're most likely right.
So
Laying
we
low
should
is
go
probably
to
our
Rush
best.
Bridge instead of Belliard because that's further inland.
Well, I think that we do eventually need to reach Summit Hall. There may
Well,
be very interesting
If
things
we don't
there.
want to have dealings with the Lich, why do we even go there?
No, you misunderstand.
However,
The knights that are at Summit Hall are good men.
Yes, Mushu.
we have to go either north or south to get on a bridge. So why don't we travel south and visit these graves we've discovered earlier? Much, much earlier. And maybe we can actually see, exactly how they died. And maybe we can get a better connection. Before we had no idea, but now we know that it was part of the group of people with the red swords. I don't remember their name right now.
The delegation.
Delegation. Jesus, that name is so hard to remember. We know that some of them were part of the delegation, and maybe we can have a better idea as to how they died. And that's on the way to the south, so we can go to Ironford and cross the bridge, and then make our way up once again towards Summit Hall.
I thought Belliard, the dwarf, told us how they died.
I don't think he knew how they died. I don't think anyone realized
Well, he was
that the
part of the
delegation died.
Right? Or not?
Roldenthar
Yeah, Brudenthar.
was part of the delegation.
Right. And
Can
he
we do
told
a
me
history
how
check?
they died, I think. They died in some kind of combat with some kind of bullshit.
But you threatened him. Why would he tell
Oh, no,
you
we're
anything?
fine. We're
as to how
friends
they
now. He owes
died?
me a favor. I gave him his books.
Can we do a history check? Can
And
I
also-
remember exactly?
Also,
if we
this
were told?
conversation did take place before Cognar's threats.
What's that?
The conversation about what happened with the delegation happened before Cognar's threats.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I missed that actual session, but I'm assuming
Yeah, I think you were gone for that session, but
Yeah.
can I do like a history check to see if I recall? Because
Or
honestly,
you can just
Amanda
ask
doesn't remember.
Gorneo. With his eidetic memory.
Gorneo.
Gorneo was
Gorneo wasn't
I
there.
have no idea. Gorneo and Nick have no idea what you're talking about.
They were not even
Neither
part
does
of
Cognar.
this.
Cognar does not know anything about these graves, but I
Yeah,
do know
Mushi
that
and
Goldenthar-
hopefully
No,
Gravender
not
were
the
the only
grave.
two.
The conversation with Roldenthar.
Oh, you were there,
Oh,
Nick.
because we had that conversation with him, walking him back to the Feather Girl's
Oh,
file.
yeah.
Ugh,
Gorneo was
Feather
there. Yeah,
Girl.
Gorneo can
Remember
tell
I
you
tried to
exactly.
chop off his foot and failed miserably?
Oh, yeah, and then I
And
punched
then we had to talk about
He
his
took
Yeah,
an
you
axe
punched him in
from
the gut.
you.
inside parts.
Okay, do we need supplies?
I just need rest. Who needs supplies when all you need is sleep?
I know I'm running low
However-
on food.
However, healing potions are never a bad thing. There's only one Gravender and 3 of us.
I have no
I don't want to
potions
overwork
of
him.
healing. I say that we head north to somewhere that hasn't been devastated by a fucking catastrophe. And we find some more information there.
Which, if we head north, we can go by the Scarlet Moon Hall.
However,
Kill two birds with one
before
stone. Maybe old Stonyface is still there.
we go anywhere, wasn't Gorneo trying to tell us something about stone people?
I think once we decided where we were going, he was going to tell us on the road.
Yeah, we need to decide where to go first.
Okay.
Okay, Scarlet Moon Hall and then up to Westbridge.
Huzzah!
Scarlet Moon Hall and then somewhere.
Huzzah!
North of some direction.
I will admit, I am
Well-
very curious about the Scarlet Moon Hall you all keep talking about. You burned
Like-
it down, you say?
Like I've said,
We jumped off
I will
a
always
100-foot
go back to
building, and I
Scarlet
know
Moon
it
Hall.
sounds terrible, and I do it all the time, but it was magnificent.
We had an experience there,
Okay.
that's for sure.
Scarlet Moon Hall, and then we head north and we camp on the road. You want to camp on the road?
But let's just discover what happened at Scarlet Moon Hall before we decide where else to go. Because we lost the DM, so we can't decide anyways right now.
Let's not hide in the woods of "I'm gonna kill you to fuck." Are we cool with that?
Well,
Because
I
last
suppose
time
that sounds
we
What?
got our
There
asses
is
beat.
clearly a safe space there. A
yeah,
safe
there
zone.
was there was a
right,
safe
the safe
zone.
zone.
There was a 20 by 20
There
safe
was a
zone.
definitely safe zone there.
I feel very comfortable camping in that safe zone.
Definitely a safe zone. Really wish Ryan was here for that.
He'll be back. We'll tell him, don't you worry.
Excuse me.
Guys, you have to help me figure out how to make my fists do radiant damage. Hashtag long-term goals.
Radiant damage with your fists.
I would
Maybe
suggest
you could-
taking the way of the Radiant Soul.
Yeah, that would do it. You get a ranged radiant attack, but you're a shadow monk, so you can't do that.
I can't do that.
Or you could get like a special ring
You can
and wear it on your
multi-class
fists,
as a
and then
monk.
your fists can do
You
it.
could multi-class as another monk.
That's an interesting idea.
You could be the monk of yin and yang.
Well, I wonder if I could take like a
Who's
new level
multi-classing for
of
what?
monastic tradition.
He's trying to figure out how to get radiant damage on his fists.
Long-term goals. Long-term goals.
Oh, wait, you know what you could do if you have
You disappeared
The
for 2
strength.
seconds. See what happens? But yeah, we're going to Scarlet Moon Hall.
Do you
Scarlet
have-
Moon Hall.
You could get holy oil.
Yeah, you could do that.
Ooh.
If you had the strength and
Have wet
charisma,
punches.
oh wait, you don't have the charisma. I was gonna say you could be a paladin,
I was gonna say I don't have the strength either.
because if you're a paladin, you could divine smite, and then you're doing radiant damage.
I'll have to think about it. Anyways, so while we're walking, Gorneo is going to be showing off and recanting things to people. So first, he's going to tell the group about what he saw in the cave. Well, okay. So first, he'll tell them what he heard. So he'll say, "When I was waiting for the hour or so while we were trying to rest, I heard a female voice coming from one of the caves. Her name was Yarsha, and that she said that she was sending a messenger to the prophet, saying that she had defeated us, and that the mud sorcerer had nothing to do with it. I believe he was the one that we saw at the Feathergale Spire, if I do recall. And
I fought Yasha, by the way.
you did.
Yeah, when I was stupid and I ran down there by myself. Yes.
Did you go to good look at her? What's she look like? I didn't see her. I only heard her
Um,
voice.
She was hot for an earth cultist, if I could say that.
Did you
Long
see what
black
kind
hair,
of weapon she was wielding?
thin build, agile, and kind of sinister.
Well, she's going to be very embarrassed when she doesn't have our bodies, but
She also said she was the second in command.
she did.
Yes. I tried to do the sneaky thing and impersonate an earth cultist, but she wanted me to go up and take a contingent to kill you guys. And so I tried to kill her first. And it didn't work out very well, because she went into the wall.
Went into the wall. That's interesting.
Yeah, she kind of
Into the wall.
into the wall. And then she came out and tried to attack me, and then she went back into the wall.
It's
Like those gargoyles we fought. How they were stone.
No.
Oh.
She could move through the stone.
Did you see which kind of weapon she was wielding at the time?
She was casting magic. She had a stick in her hand.
Very
What
black
kind of stick?
rod.
A black rod. Maybe a wand or something? I don't know. I was killing her with an axe.
Anyways, on the other side of the cave, I saw a room full of stone.
He begins describing a cavern full of formations of flowstones, stalactites, and stalagmites everywhere. A stone building anchored in the northmost wall, a large stone door standing in masonry to the south, through this natural gap that he himself vamped up into. Throughout this room appeared to be numerous lifelike statues that appeared to have been arranged among these rock formations. The statues appeared to depict creatures in poses of suggesting shock, fear, or agony. As he continues with these descriptions, you recognize the kind of garb that he describes as a couple of the monks that you guys fought before, as well as some individuals whose armor made them look to be wearing stone, but they themselves were now frozen solid as Gorneo's gaze was locked upon them. He continues describing a number of the individuals with a bit more detail, going into... Actually, can the three of you roll me an intelligence check to see if you can kind of piece this image together in your mind?
I will also share bits and pieces of my theory on.
This would be with advantage.
And I'll also share bits and pieces on my theories on the animals and creatures that could do this because I got the natural 20 on the nature check.
So he continues
Oh
as
my
he's talking about
God.
these statues.
You want us to roll intelligence checks?
Yes, with advantage. And go ahead and just post it in chat what the higher of the two is. As he continues describing a number of creatures that he knows to be capable of this petrification.
I got an 18.
Various spellcasters and creatures such as Medusas, Gorgons, cockatrices, and I'm blanking on it.
Basilisks.
Basilisks, thank you. As
They
his
have a wizard.
descriptions continue, he begins describing a number of small, stout, dwarven individuals that are frozen into solid stone, similar in appearance to the Duragar that were fighting against your party. As it seems, a number of these statues themselves were the petrified remains of various earth cultists who might have displeased the cult at some time or another. He continues to describe a couple of human-looking individuals, as well as a woman with pointed ears, long hair, flowing robes, with an outstretched arm reaching upwards as her hair seemed to blow about in the wind.
Oh my God.
As this description is given, the three of you almost freeze in your tracks
Oh my God.
as you immediately recognize the description of your missing comrade, Illyria.
Holy shit.
What? Oh my God.
I don't even know what just happened.
Gornale, you were just talking, and you suddenly turn around, and they've all just kind of frozen in their steps.
You know the weird thing is? Gornale would kind of just keep talking. Because, like,
I'll tell you this now.
No, actually, no. Actually, my wisdom's quite high. So no, he'll just kind of stop. It'll say, "Do you recognize that description?"
I'm just gonna keep like my hand to my mouth, like just in shock. Like I can't even. There's no words.
Who is this person?
She was part of our adventuring party before you joined us.
Oh,
We lost her when we were in the cave of the air cultists.
She disappeared.
She went into the darkness to scout ahead, and we never saw her again.
We had no way of knowing what became of her, as we ourselves were captured. So you say she made it all the way there?
I definitely saw that statue.
I know this sounds selfish of me, but wasn't she carrying some powerful magical items?
Oh, she was turned solidly to stone. Also, I was attacked by a shadow demon and did
Everything
not
she would hold would be stone.
Say that again?
Everything she was holding would be turned to stone.
Oh, yes.
Unless they took it from her before she turned to stone, but...
I didn't linger very long, so I'm not sure.
Oh my God, I'm so.
Are we still somewhere near?
This is about halfway between the monastery and the Scarlet Moon Hall.
I've been talking for a while.
For a while.
As the first couple of miles, the party
God.
was definitely kind of debating in whether to go north or to go south, or to go back to the east towards the Riverguard Keep, or to go farther out towards Red Larch, or to just avoid everything altogether and just keep going to the west, or just shoot straight north and just keep on going and never turn back.
Okay, what else did you see, Gornale?
Well, after I saw the statues, I saw the demon. I was attacked by a shadow demon of sorts that could jump through the shadow weave like I do. And it attacked me. That's when I jumped back down to come find you guys, and we got out. And then you were also asking about the dwarf and what he was saying before.
Brudenthar?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will share the information that was asked of for him as well.
So, for the DM's sake, what was the information you asked Roldendar about?
I believe he told us about how the
How
delegation
delegation was ambushed and
was
So-
ambushed and met their end.
So, in regards to the ambush, Roldendar's story about it seemed to match up fairly similarly to that given to you guys by the half-orc woman that you
that's
caught deeply in her cups in Red March.
Right.
That
I
they,
know she has so much information, but she's always so drunk.
that the delegation
You know,
seemed to be ambushed
30 episodes
somewhere just south of Belyard. And that is where the half-orc kind of broke off from her own
And they're headed to
caravan
Red Larch.
at that point, and she headed to Red Larch. But Roldenthar kind of filled you guys in on the other details in that from
Did she
there,
say which bridge she took?
I'm
she did
assuming
not.
she took the
You
road.
didn't ask. From there, Roldenthar proceeded to give a story about how the remaining survivors were brought on quite a journey before he himself ended up at the Sacred Stone Monastery. They were ferried across a river at some point before circling around, and a portion of them were split up nearby the keep, and another portion of them were fractured off nearby a canyon. He could make out the spire kind of piercing up in the air a bit of a ways away before
So, wait.
the group he was left with proceeded south to the area where you guys found the corpses buried before, and he himself was brought into the Sacred Stone Monastery.
So you're saying we only rescued half of them? There's another half that went off on a different branch somewhere?
Very similar
From
to the
his story?
not only to the stories told to you by Roldenthar, but there were several individuals the party rescued from the confines of the Air Temple itself, such as Barrow Gladham, who informed you that they brought his wife and several others down below. He was the individual that you guys brought back to the spire, and then shortly thereafter met again in the town of Wamford. And he paid for your guys' drinks, I believe.
So, we know that the Feather Girl Knights attacked the caravan that was carrying that spear north of the Slumbering Hills. Do we want to check the Scarlet Moon Hall and go there and check for the rest of our items that we lost?
I don't think our items are going to be at the Scarlet Moon Hall.
No.
They were underground.
After the Scarlet Moon Hall. Because that's the Slumbering Hills to the north is where the knights fought and took the spear from the cultists. But they did not take everything. I think we should go there after the hall and look for the rest of our items. If I remember right, Gerbender had some magnificent armor. And we had weapons of use.
it would be good to eventually recover those items.
I mean,
There's nothing
it doesn't
else.
hurt to look, right?
The sword Talon would be.
Real quick DM input. The Feathergale Knights never really indicated that there was more on those bodies. Like, they took everything
Oh, okay.
from those corpses.
I thought they said they only took the spear. Fuck, that means someone still has my hammer. Son of a bitch.
One has Ragnar's hand.
Okay, ignore all that. Okay, let's just go to the Scarlet Moon Hall and then I don't know where from there.
All right, Mushi, would you like to describe your spell?
Oh,
I'm going to whip out my wand and point it towards Gorneo,
oh,
and I'm going to mutter some words that I am not confident in saying right now because I've had a few drinks. So
should make it even better. Come on now.
That makes it sound more
I've
arcane.
had 6 shots of Crown Royal.
but I have no idea even where to start. So yeah, I'm gonna pull my
Gorneo.
wand.
Mushi
At
pulls a
Gorneo.
wand from her robes and points it directly at you. She begins an incantation before a
That
pulse.
sounds an awful lot like.
I like Amanda drank too much tonight.
You're telling me.
I'm probably equal with you, Cognar. Just in vodka and not.
Oh. You know, Cognar is probably going through withdrawals at this point. He hasn't had a drink in
Probably.
like a week.
But you know what? He has some really good monastery ale that he
What?
hid from Yushi. So
What?
Mushi, as this pulse emits from the tip of your wand, and you yourself begin to see into the very fabric of the weave of arcane magics all about you within 30 feet, there does appear to be a source of transmutation magic focused upon Gorneo's face.
on his face.
On his face.
Oh my!
Okay. Well,
What did you do to your
then
nose? You get a nose job?
I am going to.
Everybody else sees Mushi pull this wand and kind of senses a pulse happen. They themselves don't see anything change.
I feel
So
violated.
I mean, is there like a specific, like, can I get the kind of idea as to what this is, or no?
Unfortunately, you can detect a faint aura around a visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn at School of Magic, if any.
Okay, so I see this faint aura happening around his face, and then I'm gonna use my beautiful pearl that I have around my neck to cast this on him.
Oh. On his face. She's dispelling your
On his
face.
On your face.
Your face just got dispelled.
So that doesn't affect.
And just so you
That
know,
doesn't affect my
that
magical
is
items, right?
that is above a first level spell slot. So if I turn into a plant, just let me know.
All right.
I'm ready for it.
So you are
Turn
casting
into a plant.
Dispel Magic.
Yeah, because I don't want him to be cursed after he told
On
us
his
about
face,
this
not his
lovely
items.
person.
You are casting this. Mushi, describe your spell.
Ooh.
Okay, so basically he tells me about this creature getting into his head. So I cast detect magic on him, and I see this string of energy on his face. So I'm gonna detect. I'm gonna cast dispel magic on his face. So I'm going to like just with one hand I'm pointing with a wand, and the other hand I'm going to thrust this string of energy that's just thrust out from the palm of my hand, and it's just gonna like hit him right on the tip of the nose. And it's gonna be like this string that he maybe not
Corneo.
sees, but I see.
As this incantation is cast upon you, suddenly the shadows seem to grow slightly darker as your own dark vision fades.
Oh.
Mushi,
I forgot that was up.
Mushi, at the tail end of your spell, the final words used for the incantation don't resonate as words, but pink bubbles that float from your mouth. And I'm going to ask the three of you to go ahead and mute Amanda,
Oh
as
no!
Mushi is unable to speak. And anytime she tries to do so, pink bubbles flow from her mouth.
Corneo's is gonna like look around. He's be like,
So Gorneo,
okay.
your
Okay.
comrade has just cast 2 spells at you, and is now not giving any kind of explanation.
Bubbles come out of
In
her
these
mouth.
6 seconds, what would you like to do, sir?
He's
If
gonna
anything.
he's gonna like lean over and look at Gerbender, and he's gonna be like, "Did she just go crazy?"
No. When as you spoke and as you mentioned, someone that we know and were close to that you'd never met. I was concerned that perhaps that shadow demon had truly done something to you. I whispered to Mushi if she could detect magic to see if she found anything. I think she must have, but I don't know why she's speaking in bubbles.
Okay. Well, I did have my dark vision up, I believe. But I appreciate the concern. That's why I came to you with the issue. So, thank you.
I did not quite expect her to do that.
Yes.
But-
Yushi, are you okay?
Bubble, bubble, bubble.
So,
I'll note it.
Corneo, Mushi looks at you, and as she opens her mouth, bubbles just start radiating out. Pink bubbles. And they slowly drift up about 3 or 4 feet, and they pop. As her own gaze seems to follow these bubbles as her jaw continues to flap about, and she looks disappointed, and she kind of glares upwards at these bubbles, and they continue to pop. Pink fluid just kind of.
I'll let it be known that, Goneo, I had full confidence in you from the start, so I don't know what these guys are talking about.
Oh, it's okay. Demons are nothing to be taken lightly, so I appreciate the concern.
You would have tried to kill me already. You're good.
I have been possessed by a ghost recently, so trust me, I don't want to have to experience that again.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm carrying, I guess, part of one with me.
We'll discuss that later.
Speaking of which, Gerbender, next time that we stop, can you look at this weapon, please?
Oh, well, if Yushi's...
Bubbles continue.
If the spell that I believe she used should last for at least a little while, perhaps she could look at it and when she recovers her speech, she could tell us what she sees.
I pull out the axe and kind of...
This has happened to her often.
I kind of, shy away, turn my head, and I lift up the axe.
Strange things have been known to happen when she uses her magic. It appears to be the
wasn't there.
the curse that comes with her talents.
Fun.
I mean, she cast a spell and turned into a sheep on accident.
Well, we're all blessed and cursed with certain abilities.
I lift up my hand. I agree.
The very first time that she turned into a plant, I didn't really know what to do, but it passed.
She turned into a plant.
Yes.
She kind of looks about the group, giving you guys all this look like, I can still hear you. As bubbles just emit from her nostrils and they kind of flare out a little bit with this glare.
I'm just trying to explain to them. They need to know they're part of the group now. It was most disconcerting the first time I saw it happen.
To be fair, darling, you'll have pink bubbles coming out of your mouth.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna give Corneo a look and slowly step away from him.
I'll hold up my hand and be like, misunderstanding. Can we please keep walking in silence for a little bit?
But Gorneo will say, but thank you, Mushi. I appreciate your concern.
Corneo, you hear, yeah, that's what put me in this place. You're welcome. Coming from Yushi's mouth. And with that, you can unmute Amanda.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh.
Welcome back.
It's good. Good to hear your voice again.
So, what do
Oh,
you know about
you
this
hear me now. I
axe?
guess the bowl stopped.
The strangest things do happen to you.
And I'm used to it. It's happened since I was very young. I'm just not normally around people when it happens.
It doesn't affect me one bit after what I've seen recently. So, I could care
I
less.
wouldn't say that. I'm sure it could affect you very greatly if it were to happen eventually.
You've hit me with a fireball. What more could you do to me?
I could do it again.
You have. Numerous
Several
times.
times.
She knocked me unconscious.
Anyway,
Anyway,
what do you know about this axe?
So when I cast my spell, it didn't detect anything on
It was
the
in the
axe,
bag of
did
holding.
it? It was in the bag
It
of
did not.
holding.
I pulled it out.
Can I look at the axe and maybe do an Arcana check on it?
Well,
Does
it's a
the-
duration for your effect, right?
I believe dispel magic or detect magic lasts, I think, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. As long as you got the strength.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So can I
So-
see what this is?
Cognar, can you describe the axe you hand Yushi?
And I'm holding it, examining it. I'm gonna shake it like ground wood.
Hold Hold on. I gotta get the link. Oh, okay, so I'm describing what I know about it. That's what we're saying.
Precisely.
Precisely. Alright, hold on. Tab to my page. Because I don't normally use this weapon. Alright, so you know a lot about it. But what you know mostly is that attacks with this weapon are magical. It has the strength of Skull. While holding this weapon, your strength score increases by 2 and can exceed 20, but not 30. And you also know that it has magical capabilities of being a warlord and casting heroism. I guess that's what you know about it.
So is that all I know?
I can whisper that to Yoshi.
I mean, I'll say it out loud. I don't care. I'm not shy.
Yushi begins just saying all of this out loud as if reading a script.
Exactly.
But Cognar, she seems to pick up a couple of things that you may not have been aware of before. As she begins informing you, let's get to it. Maybe.
I mean, I can't really use it right now because I'm missing a hand. I'd like to use it again because it's an awesome weapon, but
Well, maybe if you would let Trebender heal you, there
I
would be
said
a
he
chance.
could when we were stopping. I mean, I know I'm being stubborn, but you know,
Extremely stubborn, if you
How-
ask me.
how do I learn my lessons except for living with what I do?
You don't learn your lessons anyways, Cognar.
So
You opened
Yushi,
my basement door.
as you are lecturing Cognar, you get a sense about this weapon that there is more to it than meets the eye. And that the first couple of times you cast Detect Magic nearby Cognar, the weapon itself wasn't as powerful then. The weapon itself seems to have grown in power with Cognar's own growth of strength.
Oh,
It would seem that if he were to continue using this weapon itself might continue to effectively level up with Cognar.
So
Oh,
I'm
that's-
going to say,
There is-
Cognar,
oh shit!
There is
maybe you need to
there is a sense of enchantment magic about this weapon that might cause others to be more persuaded to fight alongside him,
that has
so
got to be
long
so
as he
long.
uses this axe.
So,
And additionally,
Cognar,
you sense a hint of almost necromantic energy tied to this axe.
Shit.
oh dear. There it is. There's
fair,
the
As it was given by a dead
by a dead person.
you can almost sense that same presence you felt near the halfling's house of a powerful barbarian warlord infused with this axe.
So I'm basically gonna say maybe you need to let your bender heal your hand for you. Because you stubborn mule, this could be a lot more helpful for you if you had both hands. It'll grow with you. And
it's
that's all I
even
can say.
possible that this axe could boost his own rage abilities.
And it could even boost your own rage abilities. Why wouldn't you want that, you oversensitive dwarf who gets mad at everything?
Because my raging almost got you all killed.
But your raging has also almost saved us. So why wouldn't you let the bender help you?
Has saved us, not almost saved us.
Oh, well, okay, we can go with the healing of the hand. Just keep an eye on me, please, because when I go into my blood frenzy thing, it's hard to keep track of what I'm doing.
Cognar, I've kept you alive this long. Why wouldn't I keep you alive for much longer?
Because I might do
Honestly,
something
do not
extremely
trust us.
stupid. Like running into
already
an earth
done
cultist
that.
by myself.
You have already done that, thank you.
Okay, so you're saying it can't get worse than that?
We hope not.
Can I do an inside check to see if it can get worse? Like, I don't know. Like, can it get worse
please
than
insight,
that? I'm not
Cognar.
sure.
I would like to know what's going on.
You should go ahead and roll me an insight check. Cognar, go ahead and roll me a
Please.
charisma roll, and feel free to add either your deception or your
3.
persuasion accordingly.
You can beat that, I promise.
Actually, my
Guaranteed.
persuasion already beats that, but as long as I don't roll a 1. Well, no, hold on. You know what? I'm going to roll the pink one.
Did I use my wild magic? Because I'll totally use that.
21.
You can.
21 on my persuasion. Holy fuck.
Wait. Let's see.
Oh.
Yeah,
No, I still got a
do.
21.
But my meta magic. I now have another spell to use.
Yushi,
Wild magic.
Cognar caused some serious shit. You yourself are finding it hard to believe that it could get worse than what he's already.
I really am. Personally and Miyushi-wise. So, yeah.
I mean, I run headlong into battle. How worse can it get?
Literally, that's what I'm trying to say here. But apparently you persuade Miyushi that it can't get worse. So,
Okay.
Mr. 23.
So, Gabinda, if we can, let's start the healing process, and I will attempt to keep this weapon in check as well as myself.
I will happily do what I can.
Anything is helpful, my friend.
Okay. So, looking at my spells, I have like high level, cure wounds and stuff.
So
I
most
also
of that
have-
would be effective for like kind of sealing over the open wound.
Understood.
Some kind of restoration, right?
I also have a lesser restoration, and I think greater restoration is like a 5th level spell,
I think so.
or higher.
Which I think you're capped at 4th right now, right?
I am. But if it's something we can do repeatedly over time,
Yeah, 5th level. Restoration. I mean, technically speaking, I think the only thing that they have is
Is this greater?
greater restoration still doesn't say anything about missing limbs.
For missing limbs to be restored in a spell, it would have to be a regenerate spell.
Regenerate, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Greater restoration spell.
And regenerate is what level?
Freaking high.
7th.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
it
way
ain't
up
gonna
there.
happen.
So what I was hoping is that if I use my highest spell level to cast lesser restoration.
This is kind of a pike
Do you-
for Axefoot, right?
Exactly.
You have greater restoration.
No, I have lesser,
Less. Okay.
He doesn't
but I
have
can
access
cast
to
it at
greater
4th
yet.
level.
Which I think, as of right now, it's what a
It's a
poison
second level.
or a disease in the book, anyway. But if you amp it up, maybe lesser restoration.
Go ahead and describe your spell to us, Commander, as you cast it upon Cognar.
All right, so I am.
You're doing this while we're walking, or are we gonna wait?
We're stopping for a bite of lunch or something.
Okay.
Quick reprieve.
So, what I'm doing is I'm trying to tap into the divine purpose behind the lesser restoration spell, which is something that, as a life domain cleric, I am automatically. It is prepared at all times for me. It's one of my abilities that my domain gives me. And the intent of the spell is to restore a creature back to health. It says it can end either one disease or one condition afflicting the creature. That condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So it's about returning the creature kind of to a natural state. So I'm trying to tap into that and channel all my magical energies, my spiritual energies through the spell to amplify its effect, to make it where it is actually attempting to heal the now gnarled and scarred hand of Cognar. Just something where, you know, I'm trying to focus on his hand specifically and try to recreate what his hand was and is.
All right.
So the concentration, you see the light of Bahamut slowly forming over Cognar's hand, and it takes the shape of what his hand should look like.
So
And
the
slowly,
platinum light radiates, and it seems to form a solid hand with this platinum light, and almost a phantom limb of Cognar. As Grubender Cat focuses and concentrates on the wrist of his comrade. And as the platinum light fades, Cognar, the wrist that you had Mushi seal shut after searing a dagger with her own flames, that kind of almost pustulous wound itself seems to have healed up much significantly better than it was before. It's possible that your wrist is now extending a couple of centimeters further than it was prior, but it's difficult to say for sure.
It feels like it's getting better already, Gravendra. Thank you. I don't want to take from your healing to anybody else, so we'll do this sparingly.
That the party wraps up the lunch that they're having, and they continue to press on
Great lunch.
towards the Scarlet Moon Hall. And,
sorry, was talking to the alley.
Aww. Hello.
oh. So the party presses on towards Scarlet Moon Hall, once again seeming to arrive as the sun is setting in the west. And once again, you guys are cresting a hill, whereupon you can see a number of abandoned campsites. And recall being here before where once a large structure stood at the peak of this hilltop, but now looks to have been long since destroyed. A number of scattered campsites long since raided and plundered.
Is it all still just charred nothingness?
It looks to be in close to the same shape you guys left it, possibly worse off. As
Is
an
there any? Sorry.
go ahead.
Is there any like tunnels or anything that go downward or anything that I can see from this angle?
So Mushi, looking
the bottom
up
of the
at the
hill, right?
ruins of this structure, hundreds of feet up before you, it's hard to say with absolute certainty. But the party is free to make their way closer towards what was once the Grand Majesty that was the Scarlet Moon Hall.
Shall I head up first?
Whether he heads up first or I'm definitely going forward by 30 feet.
I'm double moving.
I'm very intrigued by this structure still.
I think I got to reset roll 20.
Oh, well, I'm with Cognar now.
Hey, you can't move as fast as me.
They can probably move faster, but you know what? My spacebar thing didn't work, so I'm there.
Oh my god. So, level 8. I have no idea what to do with Cognar. I'm so confused.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of experience. But well,
That assumes you're going to get to level 8.
That is for when we,
I'm gonna get to level 8.
that is for when we rest. I will help Mushi look for things once we get to the top of this hill.
As will I, as long as I can see. Oh god. What do I do with him? I am so all over the map with him right now. I have no idea. Hey, Gerbander can't be running in front of me. That's bull. I'm first. What do I do with him? This story makes me want to do one thing, but my gamer in me wants to do the other thing.
You're almost always better off going with what the story says you should do.
I know. It's hard, especially when it's like, oh, you know what? I want to be the tank, and survive all the things, and there's like gamer things that I need to do for that. He's back. By the way, we just moved up right up to the freaking keep. So.
Awesome.
Oh, we're all up there already.
Oh yes.
Okay.
No, we're just going straight up to the thing and looking around, right?
There's a lot more theater of the mind, really.
Yeah.
There's
Okay, well, yeah,
And
you're
then we
right.
kind
I
of
would
look at the
definitely
camps, and then we walk up, and we're looking for shit. We're looking for our Earth Elemental dude.
I'm just looking to see if in the rubble of the castle there's any way to actually get inside, perhaps to the bottom floor where we never were able to
I
explore.
want that flaming
So-
hammer that guy had.
Can everybody go ahead and just roll me an investigation check?
Oh, investigation. Literally the worst.
Oh,
Investigation.
I
yeah.
can't perceive things.
That could be a problem.
I'm really good at perceiving things, though.
Oh god, that was
What'd you roll,
terrible. I am so sick of
I
this
rolled
color.
an 11.
Oh god.
I'm gonna roll
It's
a
up to me.
happier color.
It's up to
What's
me.
a happy color?
All right. Investigation -1. Haha! 14. Cognar wins.
So Cognar,
Oh my god,
actually
that's my worst stat.
Corneo, Mushi, and Grubender kind of start scouring about a couple of the remaining campsites that look to be better off at first gaze. And as the three of them are kind of going through what a number of the measly possessions left behind, they come across a total of 120 gold pieces.
Wow.
Bag of holding?
Cognar, pressing his way towards the hall itself,
I'll put it in.
ends up in the kind of courtyard area where the majesty of both the wicker giant that burned in flames before coming to life and attempting to attack the party, as well as the hall itself, seem to be left in ruins. He kind of goes down on a knee and begins inspecting the earth as best he can. And after having watched the party's earth elemental companion phase through the earth itself, he believes that any kind of further such movement would be restricted to your own physical needs and restraints. So Cognar does not come across any sort of tunnels or openings or trapdoors or secret entryways or hidden paintings or the like.
And
So
that's investigating the tower.
Yeah, effectively, this is an investigation for the entirety of this map.
Okay.
And so the tower itself like collapsed.
Tower is just rubble on the ground.
And we don't see any.
The rubble itself extends up about 25 feet from the ground in this massive pile
tower
of brick and walls and what remains of the scaffolding. Most of the rock itself looks to be incredibly badly charred and burned after that explosion that eventually collapsed the hall.
All right.
Miyoshi, I don't see us seeing anything here.
Do I see any openings or anything to the tunnel?
There's no tunnel.
You see no tunnel.
Well, no, like, I know that the whole building collapsed, but is there any sort of, like, area that could be used to get through to the underground?
I mean, what underground?
We don't know if there's anything underground.
I know, but I'm saying, like, can I look around this building and see if there's any sort of anything that leads to anything underneath the collapsed building?
Yushi, effectively, you're looking for a basement in a building that doesn't appear to have a basement.
And it doesn't even appear to have a building either. So yes.
So
that's
you're
what
looking
I'm
for a
looking
basement of a structure that doesn't exist anymore and never had a basement.
So
exactly.
So no, you
she's
don't
trying
find
to
an
Scooby-Doo
entryway
this shit.
to
Where's the secret
the
lab
tunnel.
There's a secret underground that we sent our
Okay.
golem to that we're trying to find
Well,
now.
that was a bad assumption on my part. You gotta remember, I'm not the brightest dwarf in the pile.
Did you send the golem underneath there?
The
The
party
earth
sent
elemental?
the earth elemental into the ground floor of the hall.
Would he still
was
be under
never
our
seen
control after a fucking tower fell on him?
And we never
If he
saw.
survived, I believe the spell, I think, lasts either an hour or up to 8 hours.
Oh,
He could have,
then it's
you
like
know, he
days.
really
So
could have
long
done
since
damage in an
expired.
hour.
Okay, well, he's fucking done. Alright, so should we move north? Or east, or whatever? There's nothing for us here.
Can we sort through some of the rubble?
It's 25
Effectively, that's
feet
what
of
the
rubble.
investigation checks were for.
Oh, okay.
He
As
just
that was the
expedited
party
the whole
looking
thing.
over the entirety of this map for
Yeah.
anything.
And we didn't find anything that might. I mean, we don't believe that we killed the prophet here, do we?
No. The prophet
You
is
guys-
not a weapon. We know that for sure.
You guys did kill that druid, and Cognar took the dagger from him. You guys scooped up a number of books and the like from the library here, and you guys did fight a number of flame cultists
You're telling me.
But
and werewolves.
from what we learned about what the staff does that Gerbender or that Miyoshi has, is that it's a key that the prophet has to the elemental plane or whatever. Right? 'Cause-
Effectively, what Thurl Moroska told the party from Cognar's own kind of boss dude that the weapons themselves were forged on other planes, and they made it to the material plane by piercing through
Right.
and making a hole where they entered.
Right.
And effectively,
In order to undo that, you have to put the thing back through the hole.
to close that hole, you have to put the weapon back through the hole.
Right. So we can only assume that the prophet, the one in charge of the cultists, has the weapon, the key to these portals to the elemental plane. And no, we only have one magnificent weapon.
Well, it looks like there is nothing here to be learned. And we didn't see anything that would like indicate where maybe the fire cultists,
Do we see like footprints?
other
right?
fire cultists may have been.
So in your survival checks, the kind of only footprints, the most recent are that of your own party now, but you guys can even make out several of the prints left behind you guys the last time you fled the hall.
Okay.
There looks to have been several dozen of footsteps that have been through this area. Many of them seem to have scattered about, going to where you guys kind of left bodies behind. Several of them going to camps, tents, and the like. It looks much more like looters than anything more organized.
Yeah.
Do we head the Belliard?
I said we make for the road, and then we can decide whether to head to Billiard or Westbridge.
Seeing that there's no one around, I mean, I can tell that this place is abandoned. Wouldn't it be smart for us to take a rest here and then continue on? I mean, all of us are exhausted. I mean,
What
I,
time
for
of day
one,
is it?
have no
Yeah, I was
spells
gonna say-
or anything.
He said it
The
was.
sun was just setting when you guys were coming across this
Okay.
place. So there is that totally safe haven to the south.
There's a totally safe haven to the south.
This area itself, just like right here, has walls. Like,
Right, there's still some walls, but we said there was
Half
no
walls.
tents, right?
Right. The tents look to have been
right, but
All
like
of
we could
these
still
walls
Walls are
destroyed.
demolished.
we could still camp up here on this ridge and be fairly safe, right?
I mean, we could
I
see
mean,
people
we
that
have
are
the high
coming from
ground.
all around us. I think
This
that
is
we
on
need
top
to.
of the hill.
Yeah, like say we like look,
Yeah.
there's like
Over
4
here.
walls here. We can camp right in here in this little area,
Right here.
and we can, and then we
Camp by the
can,
wall.
yeah, like that. We'll camp near the walls, and then we can see if anything's coming, and then we'll head out in the
That
morning.
I
works.
think
So
that's smart
protection on
because
three
none of us
sides.
should really go on in this condition. It's just not smart.
I don't know what condition you're talking about. I feel fine.
Oh, well, I feel okay, but I don't have anything to protect us with.
It has been a
were
long
kind
day.
of speaking in pink bubbles earlier.
I was thinking really funnily earlier.
I say we park
As
it
I burp an
next to the
extra bubble
rubble
out.
and the wall. That's three sides of protection. We only have to face one side. I'll take first watch.
And you can hear the crickets and the music. I mean,
That's
So
actually
the
probably
crickets
my
is not the
microphone.
music. The crickets is someone's microphone.
That's my microphone. I've got the window open.
is it really?
Yeah. There's a fucking cricket right outside my window.
All I hear is a cricket. I'm like, okay, that means it's safe. We're good. But either way, I think we need to take a rest.
I'll take first shift. If you guys want to go and rest.
That's what I was saying. I think we need to rest here, get our
Is
move
there
together.
any usable wood from that Burning Man thing?
The Burning Man has been entirely consumed.
Is this wall
Is there,
area
is
over
there any
here still
scaffolding
up?
wood that I can use for a fire?
The scaffolding exploded. There does not appear to be any sources of
No usable wood.
burnable firewood within the immediate area. But
Is this
for
wall area still up and
For
fact.
reasons, that wall area is still up. For reasons, would you
Yeah.
guys mind lining yourselves up in an order of who would like to take which watch?
At first.
Third. Cornell first. Fourth. Perfect.
All right.
That's the morning watch.
Yeah, I want
It's
to be
just
first. I want to be.
This is the 8-hour watch throughout the night. So Cognar's got the first two, Grabender's got the third and fourth, Mushi's got the fifth and sixth, Corneo's got
Yeah,
the
so you'd
seventh
be
and
morning.
Yeah, morning works.
All right. So as you guys kind of curl up amongst the rubble and make yourselves as comfortable as you can given the circumstances, the hours slowly tick by, one by one. And is there anything that any of you would like to accomplish in your time alone on watch?
Question.
Yeah.
Did I gain XP from being down in the depths?
Well, now
Enough
that you
to
mention
level
it,
up.
the entirety of the party did gain 1038 XP each.
Oh, that's awesome.
For the individual slain. That's counting the Roper, the Gargoyles, and the Duragar wiped out.
Oh,
Are you sure?
I need 34,000 to level, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I am 826 short.
Don't worry. I'm
One good
3,000
fight away.
816 short.
I'm still 3,000 away.
So one session, basically.
Oh, Lord.
The fuck?
Ognar starts freaking out.
No,
As,
there's some freaking dogs or something fighting.
As I'm getting ready to go to sleep, I'm going to cast Aid on Cognar.
5, 10 hit points? Oh no, it's just a straight increase of 5. Alright.
Actually, I guess I'll cast it on everybody else.
All right, so during this watch, everybody has 5 extra hit points.
On my first watch, I'm just gonna keep watch, but I'm just gonna be kind of silently just contemplating what I'm doing and asking Morden for help.
All right. Cognar, is there anything specific you would like to pray to Morden for in means of help or assistance?
Morden, I've been trying to cleanse your temples. I know how much it means to you. I ask you for your guidance on our journey. The strength that I wield continues to grow as I use these weapons, and I wade into combat. I believe that I'm killing those that are evil, but I'm also endangering those I'm with. Please, send me some form of guidance on which direction I should go. Continuing fighting these cultists or protecting my friends, first and foremost. And that's it.
All right. So Cognar, the hours begin to tick by, the crickets grow louder into the night, and your 2 hours go by uneventfully.
Alright,
Relatively uneventfully.
Okay. I go to
As you
Grabendur and I'll wake him up.
rouse Grabender for his own 2
Oh,
hours.
didn't I say I owed him a boot? I kick him in the feet.
Grabender, you are jolted awake by a boot to the of the same individual that you were trying to heal his own hand.
Oh, right.
Sure watch.
Thank you.
By the way, we're even for that slap in the face.
Okay, sure.
I lay down.
I'm sure.
I'm gonna like climb up in the rubble, try to find a good watch spot.
I put my back against the wall and sleep.
Gravender, you climb yourself up onto the rubble and eventually kind of lose yourself to the night as the hours continue to tick by, the moonlight emitting a nice soft glow over the landscape. And so you can loosely make out some figures, like the trees and such in the distance, the grass swaying about as the wind blows.
Do
And
I see any evidence of the people we murder really did around here?
you see the remains of several individuals that were scattered about the campsite in your initial investigation. They look to have rotted weeks ago. And
I'm gonna go find the
more or less
closest one.
All right.
Ooh.
So it looks like the closest one would actually be right there.
I remember.
I'm gonna go down to it.
Buried amidst some of the rubble, you can see an arm kind of stretching outward. Blood
Can I see its face?
long since dried into the rocks. The humanoid that it once was looks to have been crushed very severely by the entirety of this tower collapsing onto him.
Yep, gotta find a different one. I need
But
one with a
eventually-
functioning face.
Eventually searching about, you do come across a goggled knight that you recognize was standing watch on the tower, and he does have a bit of a face.
Okay.
Katrina Slack.
Add a character question. Have you guys ever seen an age limit on a coffee mug?
What?
I just
Don't
peeled off
believe
the
so.
price tag on my new Star Wars coffee mug, and it's got an age limit on it.
Are you old
Interesting.
enough to use your coffee mug?
Well, I guess
It's, I don't know if you could read it, but it says
Star Wars is technically
it says
PG.
ages
It has
8+ on my coffee mug.
It's probably the age limit for Star Wars.
I know, but I've never seen that on a food item.
All that Darth Vader food porn. Unbelievable.
Okay.
We're going to get
continue on.
age gated on this stream.
Talking to the dead.
Have to be 8 years old to watch this Twitch stream.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
All right. Gravender, you cast Speak with the Dead upon this individual. Go ahead and describe your spell for us.
So, first I kind of find my way around to where this individual is partially buried by the rubble, and arrange a few sticks of incense around him, and light them. Begin praying to Bahamut and channeling the divine energy to call back the force that animates this creature, or animated this creature. And as I feel that spirit filling the rotting body, I begin to ask it questions.
So as this incense continues to burn and the minutes within your own shift begin to slowly tick by, eventually there almost seems to be movement in the smoke drifting off of this incense. As the body almost lurches forward for a bit before its spirit seems to rise up out of its corpse. Kind of almost half stuck, like from the waist down within his own body, this spirit rides forward, breathing almost a life back into its form. As it rises forth, it looks you deeply into the eyes, seeing almost through you, looking into your soul as you do so. He kind of looks about nervously. You! I know you. You will be stopped for your heresy.
Who do you serve?
You'll not get nothing out of me. For there are far more worse things one can be sentenced to than death. I give you nothing, as my lady has commanded. You're all fools, and you will fall before her feet, praying for mercy, but will receive none.
You do not understand why I have come to you. I wish to meet and to serve the lady. I wish to know her. Where is she?
He takes a moment, staring deeply into your eyes. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Or is it deception? Yeah. Me, the player, has no idea.
Let's see. Persuasion. All right. That is a 15 on the die, which makes it a 19.
Wow, good rolls.
And he looks deep within you as his soul seems to almost shrivel up. And even within death, he seems to be almost in agony as he speaks to you. You know my lady well, for she's right over there. And he points a finger, and right there. Points a finger. He points a finger over towards your sleeping compatriots. Beyond the rubble of the tents and the campsites, but before that wall, he seems to be pointing over towards a sleeping tiefling woman. You know her well. You brought her straight to us. My lady will be pleased, for she knows that even in death, I serve the all-consuming fire. And his soul
What?
seems to almost writhe in pain. It's like a shiver is convulsed up his spine.
What can I do
Seems that
to
his
serve her?
concentration is very difficult to maintain at this point. As you utter this question to him, he looks at you and speaks. You can die.
I think you do not know your lady as well as I.
Perhaps I know her better than you would ever hope to.
Oh, she has nothing for you. You have served your purpose. You will writhe in agony for the rest of your days. What other false followers does she have?
He looks at you and he speaks. His writhing almost seems to stop. He says with a fairly more stern, less quivering voice, "The 9 planes of the eternal abyss hold nothing in means of pain for what she has prepared for you."
I got one more question, all right?
One more question.
What is your favorite color?
What is your name?
Yellow.
What message would you have me give to your lady before you go back to the hells?
And back, there's a book answer for this.
Wait, They've got a section on when a cleric interrogates your dead people section.
He has to figure out what his real name is.
You can tell my lady that fire burns eternally. As his soul seems to wither and become merely like a small spark of flame before rising up from his body, released from his torso and up into the night sky, and kind of fading up into the moonlight.
Oh, wait, make my way back up to the watch spot that I found before.
Right.
This time I'm going to watch Mushi.
All right. So you watch as in the distance, a small pack of wolves seem to make their way on the outskirts of this hill. For spotting your own movement climbing up onto this pile of rocks, and they kind of scatter about into the nearby hills. And otherwise, it would seem that your watch, in comparison to what just happened, goes very uneventfully onward into the night.
Don't worry, I'll completely forget by next week.
As you climb down from the pile of rubble and rouse Mushi for her shift.
Gonna reach down and gently shake her on the shoulder. My lady,
And
it is your watch.
I will wake up and stand up, ready to go.
Yushi, you are awoken in the middle of the night. The hours continue to tick by. The moon looks to be lower in the sky as you yourself begin your watch. Is there anything you would hope to accomplish this time?
I'm going to watch and make sure Gerbender falls asleep. And after he falls asleep, I'll walk over closer to this area. And I'm going to keep a watch out, but I'm going to kind of also channel my inner self and see if there's any voices or anything else that may come to greet me in this weird hour of the night.
Man, you guys got some creepy shit going on. Like, I just go and hit things. Holy fuck.
If only you knew,
I
Godson.
mean, Garneo's got nightmares, Gerbender's talking to dead people, Mushi's hearing voices. I'm like, I'm just missing a hand.
Yushi, the crickets continue to chirp on into the night as you focus, trying to concentrate on that presence you felt before, but nothing seems to come to you as the hours tick by.
As I look around, do I see anything?
Go ahead and roll me a what is your passive perception?
Let's see. Is 10.
You see the remains of a couple of individuals loosely pulled about. A couple of the rocks that looks to have once smashed their corpses kind of pushed to the side. But they still lie motionless.
Can I cast Detect Magic on this area and see if I see anything emerge from it?
Absolutely. So you let loose with another pulse of Detect Magic from your wand. And
I'll step closer to the tower if I have to. That cricket, Lucas, that's just perfect. This eerily silence is happening.
Mushi, as you release this pulse of detect magic from your wand, the first thing that catches your attention isn't the corpses, but roughly scattered all about in this area here are a number of small sticks and twigs that drew your attention before, as a couple of the ones that you recovered were inscribed with the elemental water symbol on them. Now that you cast this detect magic spell, they seem to be, each of these twigs and sticks seems to be radiating a powerful evocation magic, kind of residual, as if a spell were once cast upon them and it has slowly been fading with time.
Can I pick up these sticks and see exactly what it is they were trying to cast?
You can pick up the sticks. Unfortunately, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
If you had the identify spell, then you know exactly what they were doing.
Arcana hates me though.
No, you do good. See?
Ah!
You do 16.
Mushi, you focus, kind of pushing out the unconscious Cognar from your mind. You do so.
You do good.
And you believe this to be some sort of containment field or the like. As you are drawn back to your own encounter here, where the giant burning wicker man seemed to animate to life, and from that giant towering burning inferno leapt a flame elemental from within. As it seems, a number of these sticks were imbued with some sort of spell to keep that creature both maintained within the wicker giant, as well as to keep the sticks themselves from burning from its elemental flames.
That's right.
So basically, it's saying that this wicker giant couldn't go farther than so many feet, and that these sticks had to be contained in this wicker giant.
You recall that a number of the priests surrounding this large wicker giant took a number of their own turns while casting some sort of a spell before the flame elemental was released from that wicker giant. So it would seem that it was contained for a time within, but it was released when the party attacked the Scarlet Moon Hall.
Yeah, remember when we first went there and the druids were saying, yeah, they've got sticks that never burn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You believe this to be the reason why.
Okie dokie. Yeah, so I guess I'll just...
Fairly similar to a couple of small wooden boxes you've heard and come across, where it would seem powerful magic is cast upon that with markings of the opposite element to be most effective against that which is contained within.
Okay, so I'll study these for a little bit longer before I go and wake Gorneo, I guess, because there's nothing else I can do.
So Michi, go ahead and add 2 bundles of wicker giant sticks to your inventory. Because you did say you wanted to scoop up as many of these as you could.
You could start a fire. Oh, wait. You can't start a fire with them.
If Michi is very old-fashioned, she could even call him a faggot. A bundles.
I can. And then I
And
will
there you go,
go
Lucas. There's your 8 and older age gate for this episode. We talk about bundles of sticks.
Yeah.
But eventually, Mushi makes her way over towards Gorneo and rouses him from his sleep. Gorneo, as this happens, the sun is almost on the verge of peeking over the horizon. You can see a couple of vibrant colors starting to color the sky in the east, but the light itself has not yet crested. Is there anything you would like to do in this time?
Nope.
Not even banting about the campsite just to be awesome and cool.
Nope.
Nope.
All right.
My man.
I'm just gonna keep watch.
Because he's a
Gorneo.
Uh-oh.
Gorneo, go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that.
What? Uh-oh. Is that ghost chick back?
12?
Gorneo, as you kind of maintain your watch, the tattoos about your person begin to slowly writhe about in their place. And they begin to slowly swell about your person as your eyes drift shut. And upon opening them, have you seen the series Stranger Things?
I actually haven't watched it yet.
Well, there's a point in time where one of the main characters finds themselves surrounded by absolute pitch blackness.
Oh.
And upon opening your eyes, this is effectively what Gorneo sees. And that's where we're going to pick it up
What?
next time.
Oh my god. What a cliffhanger.
What did you just do to me?
Your shit is getting affected by that shadow demon bullshit.
Oh god. Thought we got far enough away from him.
I had
Or maybe
a
he's
feeling-
right here.
I had a feeling you were being tracked. I said it.
I don't get why it happened once I woke up. In the morning? I don't understand.
Oh my
We'll
goodness.
never know. Or maybe we'll have to tune in next week to find out.
Next week.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Wasn't ready for that.
That does.
Because it makes you want to come back for more.
I know, but I was going to come back for more anyway.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Amanda, the cliffhanger I was kind of waiting on for the past like 3 or maybe 4 sessions was Illyria downstairs being frozen solid in stone. But you guys came across that about halfway through this time.
I can't believe she left
I was like,
there
okay.
to turn to stone.
I just want my goddamn Smith's hammer back.
Oh.
God.
Oh, why did you do this to us? Can't we just go for like 3 more hours?
No.
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 You have a problem, Amanda.
Yes. Maybe.
Some of us have work in the morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
do I,
some
but
of
it's only
us
7
don't.
o'clock. What's your problem? Gee.
4 o'clock. Hello.
Arizona time.
You gotta love Arizona time. It's first.
Yeah.
I don't
All
know.
right.
Arizona time on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
So-
we don't want to talk about Tuesdays. That's just upsetting.
Going right to left this time, we're going to start off with character's highlight for this session, as well as what the character hopes to accomplish next session. Starting with Gorneo this time.
Oh shit, I did a lot of cool stuff this session. My favorite?
Can I
Okay.
go ahead and like award inspiration for the like rope pulley thing?
Yeah, the
Middle
slingshot
of typing
maneuver.
out, think about what you want to award for player inspiration.
Yeah, the
So
slingshot
right after we
maneuver
get through
was
this,
a lot of
we will do that.
yeah, the slingshot maneuver was a lot of fun. The shadow demon was a little freaky, and then what's going on right now is a little freaky.
If only you knew they were in real life.
Yeah, that I like. I think Nick is more interested in that story arc, but as far as like what Gorneo's favorite thing was probably saving Cognar's life and coming up with a way of getting him out of there.
And what does Gorneo hope to accomplish next time?
Dot. I don't know. I'll get back to you when I figure out what's
See
going
what
on.
happens. All right. And Mushi, character highlight for this session, and what does Mushi hope to accomplish next time?
Okay, my highlight was getting everyone out safe. Like, we all survived, so I was pretty happy about that. I really thought if it came down to it, I was just gonna save Gravender. We were gonna GTFO, but everyone lived, so I'm pretty happy. Next session, I would really like to, I don't know, decide exactly where it is that we're going, I suppose. So I'm so intrigued with this area right here that I'm not really wanting to leave, but I know we have to. So if there's any poll saying, hey, we have to stay here, I'm down for it. So yeah, that's my everything.
All right. Gravender. Character highlight.
I think Grabender's character highlight was the conversation with Cognar. Like having to, come back and kind of apologize for being a dick and actually having a good, conversation. And also talking with the dead guy.
Badass.
Kind of some crucial, intriguing information that he's found there that he's keeping to himself.
Man, speaking as a DM, I had no idea you had that spell already.
I mean, Speak with Dead like is a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, you've had that for a couple levels now.
I just haven't really had much of an opportunity to use it.
Or, I mean, yeah.
That was certainly the time.
I mean, every time we go face cultists, we're usually running out of there like bats out of hell, so. No time to talk to the dead.
And
And as far as Gravender is getting very confused because, like, every time we try to fight the cultist, it ends up in this almost certain death situation, and he's not sure this is what he's supposed to be doing at this point. It's like, yeah, he survived this far, but he doesn't know, and he almost feels at this point that he's more called to try to understand what's happening with Mushi. So he's very interested to find out more about that.
Right. And last but not least, Mr. Cognar, sir.
Alright. Cognar's highlight would be realizing that he has a problem. And that
The first step is admitting you have a problem.
Right?
It's about time.
Well, we're not going to fix everything in one go.
We mean about him being a dwarf, right?
Yeah, that one. No, I think the fact that he's actually had time to think about his hand and the consequences that he's putting the rest of the group through and the risks just because of his own selfishness. The fact that he's realizing that and he's starting to work towards, anything that can help the group, he's taking himself away from it. I'd say that was his highlight for this week. Next week, I would say he doesn't care where we go. He's going to continue to talk to Gravender, actually talk to everybody, and just get some more guidance on what his focus should be. And I would say just, yeah, he seems really lost right now. So he's looking for something to give him the right push in the right direction. Otherwise, he's just going to continue doing what he's doing because he thinks that's right. So.
Right. And with that, we will jump into player awarded inspiration.
Grabender's dice is having a baby.
I thought it looked more like a metal pooper.
Tomato.
Inspiration. Okay, let's do this.
So is there
Starting with
anything that a character did during this session that you guys thought was particularly in character, even if it might have been detrimental to their own survival? Or detrimental to
Gorneo
themselves?
performed a personal pulley system, which was pretty badass.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think he deserves inspiration simply on the cool factor.
Yes.
Dude, it took me all week to come up with that idea. I was just like, how the hell am I going to get these guys out? And I was like, because I can get up, but they need to get out.
So yeah, I would definitely recommend Gorneo for inspiration this week.
I think as far as acting in character, Mushi, sneakily casting his tech magic and then, beaning Gorneo in the face with a dispel magic is completely in character.
She's really untrustworthy of a lot of people, so that totally is to her character.
I like the pink bubbles. I thought that was hilarious.
That was fun. Yeah, because I was
Super
talking basically the whole time and no one knew what I was saying. So that was fun.
Seems like we've been there before.
Several times.
Except last time there was no pink bubbles.
Yeah, it was just silent. So I'm improving. Maybe one day you guys will be able to read the pink bubbles. I told Zen that I wanted them to be purple bubbles, and that's
Actually-
when he said that I got frustrated.
Technically, while her lips were moving, as long as she was still trying to speak English or common, I should have been able to understand her.
However, her lips were being obscured by those pink bubbles as they
Okay.
flew out.
That was fun.
Which is, of course, the only reason why Ben didn't know what she was saying.
Of course.
Which I think I still have an unused action because I use my thing again. So.
Yeah, but it goes away at a long rest. It automatically
Long
generates.
rest, it goes away.
Oh, dang.
Yep, you didn't cast any
I have to
first
wait
level
till sunrise. Dang. Okay. Yeah, but that was fun.
I know, darn!
I'm ready to become
Maybe
people.
next time we'll fireball the whole party in their sleep.
You know, you never know with me.
I can
I'm
tell you.
basically a flip of a coin.
I think Cognar played against character all sessions, so he doesn't deserve.
I don't know, Cognar got the
see-
party out.
It depends.
That's against his character.
And Cognar's already got inspiration already.
I know. That's why I'm noting what I'm noting. He played against.
I was
character
trying
all
to
session.
decide if Gravender was trying to play to character or not, which is why I took his spear away, because it's not like him to say, okay, we're leaving these people. So I was like, Gravender, give me the spear. So he was really playing to character today. I think. Because I can't really exactly tell, but yeah.
Nope, that's not Ben, that's his brother.
I know I can't tell their voices apart. It's terrible. They sound the same.
Well,
Could have
awesome
Adam
session
play.
tonight, guys.
Definitely.
And
Yes. And I had to wait a whole other week to find out what happens. God.
all another week. And maybe in that time, each of you can decide which direction your character would like to head towards on the worldwide map.
Honestly, Cognar is kind of afraid to make a decision at the moment.
We've got, so far,
Oh,
votes for the Burr in the Hills, votes for Bellyard, votes for Summit Hall,
and votes for Yartar. Or Ironford. Sorry.
votes for
opposite
Yartar
sides.
and for Ironford.
We literally have no idea what to do next.
Then we have more
Basically,
votes
everywhere
than we
there's
have
a
people.
point on the
I think
map,
so.
people are saying we should go there.
I think we should go
Maybe
back to
we should go
Fandalen.
back to Pandalen.
We know of a specter that
It's a
needs killing.
distinct possibility.
We know of a specter that needs killing.
Also know of a Mai that probably owes us some money at this point.
I know, right? Maybe we
Well,
could
I mean,
get
what
some
are we gonna
money.
It has not been a month since the last delivery.
Damn.
Well,
I mean, what are we gonna do with
It's been a couple of days.
Well, we're pretty desperate though, so.
We haven't been to a freaking store
Our-
in like
Our
weeks.
commander's pretty desperate because he bought this beautiful necklace for me that I know of. So, maybe.
Well, yeah, I know he needs money.
Gonna
I
sell
can
that
grant him
necklace.
some, but not much.
I need a hand,
I don't have
guys.
very much.
I need a hand.
We're working on that.
I don't think they sell that at most general stores.
I can make one.
I'll have some jerky, some figs, and a hand, please.
A left hand, not a right hand. I
Oh,
don't want to be a rakshasa.
we're all out of stock of left hands, sir. Maybe you could be
Oh
my
half
God.
rakshasa
Oh my god,
today.
we need to make this
You know what?
happen. He needs to have a rakshasa hand.
I have remedies that only hands can satisfy.
That's morbid.
Have you never seen that?
No,
Oh,
I
wait.
don't think so.
Wait a minute.
Maybe I'm just not catching the reference that's being dropped right now.
You just give me a second.
Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've seen
Everyone
the
has to
entirety
watch
of
this
that
right now.
series.
Everyone
Yes,
has
I
what?
have.
Carl, there's a dead human in our
I'm
house.
ready for
Oh,
this.
hey, how did he get here?
Oh,
started
what did you
with
do?
most
He,
other
I didn't do this.
Explain what happened, Carl.
I've never seen him before in my life.
Why did you kill this person, Carl?
I do not kill people. That is my least favorite thing to do.
Tell me, Carl, exactly what you were doing before I got home.
All right, well, I was
The entire
upstairs.
series
Okay.
I
brings it
was
full
I
circle.
was sitting in my room,
Yes.
reading a book,
Go on.
and well, this guy walked in.
Okay.
So I went up to him,
Yes.
and
with
I stabbed him 37
Llamas
times in the
and their
chest.
hats, I'm going to sign off,
Carl,
folks.
that
Excellent
kills
session tonight.
people.
Oh,